Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Hello, Internet. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live, part of the Tech Podcast Network. We are here at CES 2024. It is the beginning of day 4. It's our last day here. We have a short broadcast. Let me let you know what's going to happen for the next 2.5 hours. I'll be here with you. Then Todd Cochran from Geek News Central will take over, and he'll have a 2.5-hour block. Immediately following that, the team will come back together, at least the ones that are still here and available. We'll all come back together, and we will do our Best of CES Awards. If I can get the award real quick, I will show it off. Each show on the network that is here and hosting has one of these to give away, and then there will be one that is the top of the top for us. Production also has one, so we will give those awards away at 2 o'clock. They have not been decided for sure yet. We all know how we're feeling, but we do have a bunch of interviews going on today, and it could certainly sway our opinion. But we've got a very full day today. We normally have big gaps on day 4, but we only have 3 empty slots, and we've already filled one of them this morning. So my guess is we're going to be pretty tight and pretty quick today. So we're going to be getting our first guest here situated as soon as we get going, and we're going to get started. And hopefully, if everything goes right, we will be moving. So fingers crossed. Day 4 is always a bit of a hit or miss situation. Some companies get distracted, some start shutting down earlier, and don't make it to Friday appointments. But let's all keep our fingers crossed that that doesn't happen today. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
So I'm Allison Pace. I'm the CEO of VoiceIt. And
Yep, tell us about VoiceIt.
yeah, so VoiceIt is a speech recognition company. We've actually built voice AI for people with non-standard speech. So if you think about the voice-powered world today, which is essentially everything is powered by voice, that's always built for people with standard speech. So if you think about Siri or Alexa, it's for standard speech. And so anyone with a speech disability essentially is kind of locked out of being connected to the voice AI-powered world. And then in many cases also can't communicate in person as well. So
yeah, sure. We had a guy on yesterday who was a professional athlete, has had some injuries, had a bit of a stutter, and I can imagine, like when I go through, we use an AI-powered system to summarize the interviews.
Right, of course.
I fear that it's going to choke.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, so we really cater to anybody with any type of speech disability. So things like cerebral palsy, Down syndrome, traumatic brain injury, stroke, impacts to your voice through aging over time. So kind of the aging population is a big group of customers for us as well, multiple sclerosis. But essentially what happens is our customers on board and they build a custom voice profile. And so in many cases, for the first time, they're able to be understood using their own voice, right? And often have very kind of unintelligible speech. And so the AI platform was originally designed by our founder when his grandmother had a stroke very early. And he realized that the caregivers could recognize what she was saying over time. And he said, could we solve this with AI? And that's really sort of the genesis of the company.
Gotcha. Because that's what AI is good at, right?
Exactly.
It's really good at recognizing patterns and figuring out how to replicate them or transform them.
Right, and if you think about all of the sort of negative press that AI gets now, I mean, we really like to talk about here's a fantastic AI for good use case where we're helping people, and for our customers that are using it, I mean, it's mission critical. So it's definitely, for me personally, I think the most interesting and important work I'll ever do in my career. It's really been an honor to be a part of it. So
That's always great to hear. It's a really fascinating idea. Where does this technology live? Like, is this something that integrators can use? Is this something that's designed for communicating person to person with a live translation or transformation? Where does this technology go?
It's a great question. So we really have two pieces. We have an actual browser-based application for the customer. And so the customer onboards in the initial phase and records a series of training phrases, and then it builds a custom model for them. And they can then use that to communicate in person to be more connected to people around them. So they can do either speech-to-speech if they need the speech capabilities, or they can do speech-to-text and do things like dictate emails. We have ChatGPT integration, so they can do sort of access deep research and work using their voice that they weren't able to do before. In many cases, our users, in addition to speech disabilities, have motor disabilities as well. So being able to use their voice is very, very powerful. So that's really kind of the personal use case for the user. And then we have an API that integrates into any platform. And so some of our initial integrations are into WebEx meetings, into Zoom, into Microsoft Teams. So if you think about the business use case, the ability to employ more people with speech disabilities, and also for people who have speech disabilities already in the workplace who have been struggling, the meetings integration just transcribes it. And so it's really been kind of brilliant seeing how they're able to participate. We have Michael Cash on our team who has cerebral palsy. He's actually one of our lead salespeople. He's able to just join calls and use the meeting transcription. If you were to meet him on the street, you wouldn't understand his speech. And so you think about how transformative that is for people from an employment perspective. But our eventual vision is anything that needs to be powered by voice AI, which essentially is everything now. We want to provide access for people with speech disabilities.
Gotcha. So obviously, we'll just use the big names. Madam A, because I don't want to trigger her for people who are listening. Or Siri or Google Home or whatever could integrate with this if they wanted to, and integrate that into the system, or any other voice could integrate it into the system and use that transformation technology to then bring the commands into the system to do lights and all of that.
Exactly, yeah.
That's
we actually
awesome.
have an integration with Madam A that we launched a few years ago, which has been fantastic. There's some videos on our website of our customers using it where it's just been life-changing. So that's a huge one. But that's exactly it. Connect to people and connect to devices as well, because devices just don't understand people with speech disabilities.
Yeah.
Accents as well,
and devices
too.
all listen to us.
Exactly.
All the devices are listening, whether we like it or not.
Right, and we want them to be able to do the things that we want. So, so that's kind of what we're hoping to do there, is really provide that access to everyone. We just recently launched in market in August, so it's been a big year for us, moving from the first product, which was discrete speech, which is voice commands, to continuous speech, so conversational speech like you and I are having now. And we're really just trying to get it more broadly out in the market, because every time people see it, the response is always, I had no idea that this existed, and it's because we're the first ones in market. But we want to kind of spread that word and get it into the hands of people that need it. So
that's super cool. If people want to find out more about this, which I can guarantee people are going to want to find out more, how can they do that?
Yeah, on our website at voiceit.com, we've got a number of customer testimonials and the ability to sign up for a free trial. And then we're here at CES in the Age Tech booth with AARP. So happy to meet people over there and show everyone the technology.
Makes sense. And what kind of price point are we looking at on this?
So right now for the individual user, it's $50 per user per month.
Okay. Very cool.
Yeah.
I really appreciate this. And it's fully in market, you said?
Fully in market,
Okay.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and talking to me today.
Of course. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
All right.
Have a good last day of the show.
Yes, thank you.
Very cool. We've... Give me just a second. For people on live, let me get this next guest into the system real quick. Can I see that badge again real quick? Not that. Not that. All right. Sorry about that. And for Adam's information, it is in the system. All right. We have our next guest here. Hello.
Good morning, Scott.
Good
How you
morning. I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. I'm a little bit rough in the voice after 3 days of talking.
We all are. We get it. I'm just good at pushing through.
Yeah. I know.
As soon as I'm done, I'm not going to be able to talk for a week.
Oh, yeah.
Well, go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I'm Robert Hoovers. I'm CEO of Squad Mobility.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So, Squad Mobility is a compact solar city car, especially for Europe. It's a city car. In US, most of our pre-orders, because we're doing pre-orders at the moment, are for communities, gated communities, golf cart communities, resorts, all kinds of use cases, campuses.
Okay, very cool. So, tell me about the vehicle.
Yeah, it's downstairs in Eureka Park. It's a very compact. It's only 2 meter long. Some people say it looks like a golf cart, the next generation golf cart, just to put an image out there. And it's a very small solar car with a solar panel on top.
Okay.
Here in Las Vegas.
Why aren't there more vehicles with solar panel roofs is beyond me.
I don't know. I don't know. Here
it's a great idea.
Here in Vegas, we could charge 30 kilometer each day.
Okay.
The average usage of these kind of small vehicles is around 12 kilometers per day. So if you would buy the vehicle here in Las Vegas, you would use it here as an average user. You would never have to charge again.
Okay.
So you could basically drive for the next 10 years. And
you're good to go.
Without charging.
Okay.
It's very affordable. It starts, well, actually, the base model starts without doors. A lot of people laugh when I say that. But it starts at 6,500 euros.
Okay.
Dollars, sorry. With doors is $7,500.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So for $6,500, I can get a around the neighborhood, around
Yeah.
the local area vehicle
Yeah.
without doors. So it's a Jeep. We're fine, right?
Yeah.
Because people love that aspect of those vehicles. So,
Yeah.
so for 6,500, I can get a going around town, going around the neighborhood, short
Just
errand
this
type,
neighborhood electric vehicle. Yeah.
and depending on where we are, potentially never have to charge it.
Yeah, well, Las Vegas obviously is very good.
Yeah.
We are from the Netherlands. We are at the Dutch Pavilion. Netherlands is very bad. So
Sure.
on a nice sunny day in the Netherlands, you could charge 22 kilometers. But it's
Okay.
still way more than the 12 on
Still
average.
more than a 12, yeah.
In the winter in the Netherlands, the worst case situation, then it's worse. But
Sure.
over the whole year, you could charge on solar 60 to 70 kilometers on average, or 60 to 70% on average of your whole usage.
Nice. So for most of us, we're from Florida. So
Florida is very good.
other than, the occasional hurricane, we're
Yeah.
very similar to Nevada here
Yeah.
in that it's mostly sunny all the time.
Yeah.
We're the sunshine state.
Yeah.
So, for us, it would be
Yeah.
perfect.
And then you have the options of the doors.
we might want the doors because of the possible rain, but
Yeah, and rain and in the heat in the summer, you can
fair
have
enough.
optional air conditioning
Okay.
as well. So here this year, here we demonstrated as the solar buggy with a rack on the back where you can put surfboards or golf bags or whatever you need to.
sure.
So that's a special, and we get a huge amount of pre-orders from the US.
Well, that's fantastic. Pre-orders, does that mean that we're not yet in market?
No, not yet. We need another year of
Okay.
development to go into production. We're looking to do the final assembly of the vehicle in the market, in the US market.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
most of the pre-orders come from gated communities, resorts, Florida, California, Nevada, Arizona. Yeah.
Golf club neighborhoods, probably.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. It's probably pretty popular because
Yeah.
I know my parents live out on the beach, and they allow golf carts and stuff on the roads now.
Yeah. And 10% of the Americans live in communities. So 35 million people. It's quite substantial.
So how long has this been in production?
In development,
That's what I meant.
For 3 years now.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're a startup. Yeah.
How did you decide that this was the problem you wanted to solve?
The electric cars solve part of the problem, but they don't solve urban mobility, urban congestion, parking problems, all these problems with urban mobility, and also the affordability of cars. A lot of people cannot afford an electric car.
Sure.
And this segment, in US it's low-speed vehicle, LSV. In Europe it's L6, L7. L6 is 45 kilometer an hour and L7 is 70 kilometer an hour. LSV is 25 miles an hour
Okay.
in the US. Those segments offer an opportunity to make a very affordable vehicle where all of us can afford electric or even a solar electric car.
Sure.
On top of that, we're using swappable batteries. So you can,
Batteries is going to be the next question.
that's the next question. Obviously, you can have up to 4 swappable batteries, each 1.6 kilowatt hour that you can actually swap out and carry. You can charge them in the car. You can charge them separately. And the 4 batteries give a battery range. We call it a battery range of 100 kilometer. So you have the battery range of 100 kilometer, and then on top of that you have the solar range here in Las Vegas, an additional 30 kilometer. So 130 kilometer altogether.
Wow. So, I mean, that would more than cover
Yeah. And if you the occasional
everybody's daily.
and
activities.
in the occasional case that you want to travel 200 kilometer, you can just take extra batteries with you, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
How much do the batteries cost?
Around $1,000
Okay.
dollar. Yeah.
Okay. So,
So you get 2 batteries with the car, and you can expand it to 4.
gotcha. So, in addition to the affordability of the vehicle,
Yeah.
it's way less than some of the other electric vehicles. We won't name
Yeah.
anybody.
Yeah.
Whose battery arrays cost as much, if not more, than the car itself sometimes.
Well, yeah, and also the size of the battery. The total size is 6.4 kilowatt hour. If you look at an average EV nowadays, it's 10 times as much. So with an average EV, you have the same battery, the same impact, the same resources as 10 of our cars.
Yeah. Okay.
And they only weigh 350 kilograms. So they're also very light and very efficient.
Yeah. Fascinating. So you said we're looking at availability next year, taking pre-orders now. What does the pre-order process look like?
On the website, it's very easy. In Europe, we have a pre-order fee. For the first 100 is 5,000 euros. Then the first 1,000 is 100 euros. The basic European version is 50 euros. Outside of Europe, that's the good news, there's no pre-order fee. So you can pre-order it in the US basically for free, without a pre-order fee. So just to get in line and to make sure you have your vehicle.
When you're ready.
Yeah.
Very cool. People are going to want more information. How can they get it?
Squadmobility.com on the website. You can find everything you need. On YouTube, we have some videos, and you can find online some reviews of the vehicle.
Very cool. Well, I appreciate you coming and talking to me today. This is a cool product, and I hope you have a good launch.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Cheers.
Bye. Make sure that we get contact information, since this one was entered manually. I just want to make sure I don't. Yeah, exactly. All right. It's day 4. Things start happening on day 4. For example, this interview received a confirmation email, but was not in the system. This is the one. This is the one I screwed up the other day. I knew it was going to come and bite us eventually. That's the one. That one's on me. Sorry, guys. That one's on me. Okay. Well, good. At least we can explain it. It wasn't a computer glitch. It was a human glitch. So, all right. Our next guest is sitting down. I think it's just about ready. So, with that, our next guest is here. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
I will. My name is Patrick Moreux. I'm the CEO of LiveDrop, and we are a startup from the Netherlands, founded 3 years ago. And we have developed an offline data transfer protocol.
Okay.
And that's what we're launching here. So we launched this last Wednesday by His Royal Highness Prince Constantine, the brother of the Dutch king. He was here to launch our technology.
Wow.
That was quite a moment.
Yeah.
And so this is our proudest moment after 3 years of hard work.
Makes sense. And your country has long been supportive of startups, particularly here at CES. You've long had good representation.
I think so,
upstairs
yeah.
and downstairs.
It's our first time, so we haven't seen the last years, but we hear great stories, and the whole booth is in orange. And that, because when you look around you, most of the booths are in white with a colored logo on it. And I think our booth indeed stands a little bit out.
Yeah.
And not only the color, but because we always have fun on the booth altogether. So great bunch of 70 Dutch startups at CES.
Yeah, the 4 kind of traditional colors are black, white, green, and blue.
I think so. When we look around, I see a lot of blue.
So you jump out very different, because CES's colors are all blue, so it's not unusual to see a lot of blue in the booths, but black and green, blue, white, and that's basically it. So
I think so.
Picking a different color, going with orange, your color.
And no credits go for me for that, but they go for the Dutch organization, of course.
It definitely draws the eye in a sea of sameness.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Good idea.
Yeah.
So how's the show been going?
It has been going pretty well. And I'm impressed by the quality of the attendees.
Good.
So, and also by the quality of the other exhibitors. And so we had good conversations. And when I look back on those 3 days, there was, I think, no one who I had a talk with. I had like, okay, there is not an angle, or so it's all quality.
That's awesome.
That's great. It's my first time at CES, and I'm really impressed by the organization itself, but more or less also by the attendees. It's wonderful.
That's great. So let's talk about the technology itself. What are we talking about?
We're talking about a technology that we have been working on for 3 years. And we have a big IP stack on it. And it is a technology that makes it able for you to transfer data when you're complete offline. So normally when we communicate, we have some sort of connectivity. We use Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, mobile networks to communicate. But what if you don't have this connectivity? But if you don't want to make use of that connectivity?
For example, the ridiculousness that is this trade show.
Exactly, and that's wonderful because we didn't expect it, but we have some Dutch companies at our booth who work now with our app during CES to transfer data to each other because there's no use of an internet connection whatsoever. So now they installed our app at a lucky moment when they had some internet. They had the opportunity to install the app. And now they use it on our booth to transfer photos, for example, that they take from each other to each other. So it works quite nice. And it works on iOS, it works on Android, it works on Windows and Linux.
Okay.
And so that means that it's a cross-platform protocol. So it doesn't matter, like of course, when you have an Apple iPhone, you have AirDrop.
Yeah.
Or when you have an Android phone, you have nearby sharing. And that's not cross-platform.
And a similar name for the feature on Windows.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't think of what it's called,
which
isn't a great sign.
No, it isn't a great sign. And so imagine a moment where you have like a file on your laptop that you want to have on your mobile phone.
Yes.
Scott, what would you do to get it on your mobile phone? What is your process?
So in this case, either I have to physically hook up the phone to the computer, or here, that's it.
Yeah, and when you have connectivity, you probably email it to yourself, or you put it like on Dropbox.
OneDrive or something like that, yeah.
And that's not so effective, right? It works, but it takes a lot of hassle. So imagine that you have a code, you're just working in your Office documents, and you want to share it with yourself, that you click the share button, and a code pop-ups on your screen. You pick your phone, you just scan the code, and then you get the information in, and just by one scan, you have the file on your mobile. And we can demonstrate it here.
Yeah.
I think because when you see it, it makes sense. So what I'm asking you, if you're okay with that, to make a selfie together.
Yeah, of course.
And
we're taking 30 of them a second right now, so one more is fine.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you can see I'm offline.
Yes, airplane mode.
And I will do it like this because then they can see it also.
Yeah.
So I'm offline.
Definitely in airplane mode.
Definitely in airplane mode. And then I have here my iPhone, which is also in airplane mode. So I can prove it by showing that my Wi-Fi is off, Bluetooth off, everything is off.
Yep.
So normally it would now be impossible to send data between Android and iOS, but also, of course, when you're offline. But now when we make a picture, so let's do that. Let's make a picture together. And when I want to have this picture sent from an Android phone to an Apple phone, completely offline, it would be impossible.
Right.
But here, when I press this button, this is where our technology pops up, where we have been working on for 3 years.
Okay.
So this is our technology. And now I can scan this code. So this can be on your laptop. This can be on a TV screen. This can be on a mobile phone, of course. And now, just by scanning this code, being offline, you see the data coming in. And now I have received a picture that was taken on an Android phone. I did it offline, and now it's received on an iPhone, and I can use it for whatever reasons.
All right. Going to get down into the depths of this.
Let's do that.
So, obviously, I see motion QR.
Yes.
So, are we actually transferring the data through the QR code?
It's not a QR. It's based on the QR principles, of course. Yeah, all the data that you saw, because you saw the QR code is moving, right?
Yeah.
And all the data is encoded into a data matrix. And it doesn't matter what kind of data it is. So it can be an Office file, it can be a picture, it can be a PDF file, it doesn't matter. We encode that data into a data matrix.
Okay.
And just by scanning that data matrix, you receive the data.
In the app to in the app.
It can be from a laptop, a Windows laptop or a MacBook to a mobile app, or a mobile app to mobile app, or a TV screen to mobile app. It doesn't matter.
do we have to have this app installed?
At this point,
on
yes.
both devices right now.
Definitely. So
Got
you
it.
have like a sending side and a receiving side.
Fine with that.
For now, that's what it is. And at the end, it needs to be in the libraries of these big operating systems. That when you have your iPhone, that sometimes you choose Bluetooth, sometimes you choose Wi-Fi, and sometimes when you want to do it real secure, you choose LiveDrop.
Yeah. Okay. How? So
The big how question.
no, I'm going to ask some numbers. So I'm a software engineer. I totally get what we just watched, and I'm fascinated by it. So it was super quick to
Definitely.
transfer a photo.
Definitely.
Possibly faster even than AirDrop or something like that.
I think it is, and because
Which
you
is
don't need an
fantastic.
handshake.
Yeah, makes sense.
That saves a lot of time.
And I imagine it's looping, so that if we join in at any point in the process, it can grab the whole data packet.
Definitely, and
Okay.
it doesn't matter if you miss a frame, for example. So normally when you have like a sequence of frames that you need to scan and you miss some of them, which happens, of course, that's part of the process, you need to scan the whole frequency again. And with our solution, we just add some error correction to it, which makes it possible that 100% of all the data transfers goes well in the first time you scan it.
Fascinating. So how big of a file can we do?
We can do whatever we want to do. It matters how long you're willing to scan. So at this time, we started 3 years ago with 10 kilobits per second.
Okay.
Then we came up last year, or in 2022, up to 50 kilobits per second. Now the technology that you saw running now in the app runs at 250 kilobits per second.
Okay.
And in the R&D, back in Holland, we have now 750 kilobits per second. And that's a big step, because that means that we're heading for the 1 MB per second, which is similar to Bluetooth. And we expect to reach that in the next year. And then you can choose, like, okay, what's easier? Do I want to use Bluetooth and make the handshake and set up the Bluetooth connection, which takes some time? Or do I prefer LiveDrop, which I generate the code, scan the code, and have the information? So next year we can be compared to Bluetooth.
Wow. Obviously, it's in the market now because the people in your booth are using it.
We launched it last week, the app. So and the official launch was last Wednesday. So and there we have the free app available, not worldwide, but in the EU and the US, of course, Canada, and some Asian countries.
Okay.
And it's available free. But it's limited file size, because we want the first experience to be great and not needed to scan like for a minute. So we limited it to 150 KB. So if we have like a picture, we compress it like WhatsApp does. We make the picture, we compress it to a certain level, and it's fine. And that means so up to now it's 150 KB. And in the future we will also have like a paid app that can be used for bigger files.
Okay.
But our product is going to be an SDK to have it installed, of course, in all kinds of applications. You have like a sender and a receiver SDK.
Okay.
You buy it from LiveDrop and you integrate it in your great application, and that opens your application to all kinds of other receivers and senders.
Okay. We're going to be having conversations in the future. I've already got ideas.
That's good to hear.
All right. People are going to want more information about this. How can they do that, and how can they get links to download the app?
When you go to the App Store, just look for LiveDrop offline sharing, and then you can download the app. So it's available for Android and iOS. And if you want to have more information on the business side, go to livedrop.eu. And then you will find all the markets that we are active in already, where we're now starting up our first pilots, like in healthcare and in defense. And of course in cybersecurity, because this way of getting information from a screen can just send information, and a camera can only receive information. It's, from a cybersecurity perspective, probably the most secure way to get information from a high secure system, because you're 100% sure that no malware can go back, because a display can just not receive something back. Yeah.
Each device is TX or RX. There's no two-way communication.
It's what we call unidirectional. Unidirectional communication, and that's 100% secure. And so we think we can change a lot of markets with this technology, And it works easy. It is easy. It's just an SDK. And so we are aiming to becoming a standard, just like Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, in the coming years.
Well, I've already got some places I want to put this, so I look forward to having more conversations, and hopefully the rest of your day will be good.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for your time.
For sure.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, Adam. Can you imagine being downstairs, guest comes up, you click a thing, show it to them, the form shows up on their screen. They can then make adjustments, fix whatever is going on, and then you scan it back, get the data, and it updates the database. It's entirely on their device, and that's the check-in process.
That's super cool, and it'll help us out a lot.
Yeah, I'm literally already building this into our process while we're sitting here. So for those who don't know, we have a system here for scheduling, checking in all the lower thirds that you see during the thing. Our guest's name and title and company are all going to come up at the bottom of the screen. All of that stuff is generated through the system. And downstairs, there's some manual process of making sure that, somebody named Michael included the A in their first name. Real example of something that's happened this year. So we have to go back and forth and deal with stuff. If we can just show them a thing, it comes up, they can fix it and then push it back. Oh, change your lives downstairs significantly. All right. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Great. How are you?
Good, doing good. Thanks.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Yeah, I'm Al Castaneda. I'm with Gorilla Circuits out of San Jose, California. And start getting into the product here?
Yeah, for sure. We've
All
got
right.
a lot of stuff on the table here in front of us.
Yeah, I'll just show you a quick sample of who we are and what we do. So Gorilla is a U.S. manufacturer of printed circuit board assemblies.
Okay.
And we're unique in the fact that we do everything all in-house. We design, fabricate the bare boards from a simple 2-layer to a 60-plus complex layer board.
Okay.
And we've got an outstanding assembly division that will procure the parts for you while the bare fab's getting built. And we have a bare fab completion, just handing off to our assembly division, assemble the boards. And so we're turnkey, we're quick turn, super high quality. And really, we're very flexible in that we are able to control quality, schedule, and cutting down the cost by no subcons with the process. So we're real unique in that fact, and Gorilla's doing well. We cater to consumer electronics, aerospace and military,
Okay.
the medical, semiconductor test sectors. So yeah, doing really good.
So the first thing I notice, can I grab this one?
Absolutely.
Okay. So the first thing that I notice is that this is a incredibly detailed board.
Right.
And the design of it is even visually attractive.
Correct.
It's not always possible. Sometimes circuit design has to be weird because
Yeah.
of big complex things. But even the design of it is attractive. The etching is great. And that's not always the case with
Correct.
boards. None of that is necessarily the case
Yeah.
with boards. So the industries that you mentioned are generally big. So how big of a company do you work with, or I suppose how small of a company do you work with? What's an MOQ
Yeah.
for you?
That kind of builds into that question. Is steered towards our strength. We'll deal with small startups, and then we have an outstanding list of partnerships with major OEMs, all the names that you've heard of. I don't want to name drop,
No, of
but
course.
we deal with all the major OEMs worldwide, and we ship worldwide. But our slogan is, let's build something incredible.
Okay.
And that's why we're here. With all of the new designs and products coming out,
Sure.
I think that we're the only Bear Fab and assembly shop here. If not, we are one of a handful.
I will tell you, I've been doing CES for a very long time,
Correct.
and I've never seen a company in your space exhibit.
Right on.
It's a really smart idea. We've actually seen a couple of new product company categories exhibit this year that we've not seen before. Because I've seen batteries and things like that, but I've never seen this target. So how many boards would we need to make? You don't have to give me an exact number, but how many would we have to order in order to work with you?
Yeah. Well, in the semiconductor test sector, it's not uncommon for them to order one of these things.
Sure.
There's a lot going on in a big, thick board like this. Our expertise on the Bear Fab side, as our team's been together like 20 plus years, our core team, our process engineering team is outstanding, but we are high aspect ratio specialists and impedance target specialists for that semiconductor test sector.
Okay.
So we're really good at hitting the impedance targets and drilling fine vias through a very thick board, successfully plating through those fine vias. Not many shops can do what we do.
Okay.
This particular board is for storage for a very well-known company out of Southern California. And we're doing like about 12 of these boards for a prototype. And we are prototype and high mix, low volume based.
Okay.
We're not afraid of larger volumes, but I will say that the majority of our builds are high mix, low volume. A lot of questions I'm getting here at the show are, what would be a minimum buy, like you had posed? It depends on the board size. So if we got, for example, a 3x3 board, we're going to run a minimum of 3 panels and we're going to yield maybe 12 boards out. That's a good example of a prototype run.
Yeah.
Where really what they want to do is they want to know what their max number of boards yield is out of a minimum purchase, so they can prove out their design, and they can end up segueing from there into higher volume once the design's proved out. So everything that's going on here at the show.
So small orders is something that you're perfectly comfortable with?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's good because, with a lot of the companies, especially in this building, you've got early stage products that aren't ready. We interviewed a number of years ago somebody downstairs whose product was a prototype made of wood that was non-functional. He wasn't ready for market for nothing.
Right.
So, a lot of the companies in this building could benefit from a very small MOQ.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Minimum order quantity, by the way. I think I've said it twice. Minimum order quantity is what that...
MOQ, correct. So that varies depending on the widget. I mean, you have a 1 inch by 1 inch, then you'd have more fitting on a panel and they'd yield more. But this environment here at CES is what we covet. We're looking for the new ideas. People want to prove their design. They want it quick, and most importantly, they want it reliably. And that's where Gorilla comes in and comes through for our partners. We don't drop the ball. We get it. We know that they're on a tight schedule. Many times, because we're doing everything in-house, we can adjust and bring it in a day or so and just really come through for our partners in a way that they'll return. And so, that's the game. That's the game. We want to make sure that we're doing it right and that we're capable of processing pretty much any design out there. And like I said, we're doing everything all the way through the assembly going out, and that makes us unique in that it's all turnkey, all in-house here in the USA.
That's truly fantastic, and you're in the perfect market for it, upstairs and downstairs here in this building. For people who are watching who might have a project that they're working on that's not here on the show floor, how can they find out more about what you do and figure out how you can work together?
GorillaCircuits.com, right? Hit our website, and they'll lead you through on how to get a quote. Our quotes team, by the way, is super quick. They'll turn a quote around in an hour or two, something that's unheard of in our industry. So GorillaCircuits.com, that's the way you get in contact, and you can see all of our capabilities there on the website, and we'd definitely love to hear from you.
Well, fantastic. I really do appreciate you coming up and showing this and talking about your service.
Absolutely.
It's not a product; it's a service.
Yep.
You're helping somebody else build a product,
Yeah.
and it's something that everybody in this building just about needs. There's a couple
Absolutely.
software companies, but outside of that,
Yeah.
almost everybody in this building needs
Yeah.
what you're up to.
Everything that's electronically automated has a circuit board in it. So all those robots that are flying around, or self-driving cars, or
Light bulbs.
whatever, everything needs a circuit board, and that's what we're here for. So right there in San Jose, in the heart of Silicon Valley, let's build something incredible.
Very cool.
Right
Well,
on.
thank you for coming up.
Really good.
I appreciate it.
Right on. Thanks
Have
a lot
good
for your
rest of
time.
the day, and
Appreciate
hopefully
it.
it's been a successful CES for you.
It's been great.
Great.
All
Glad
right.
to hear it.
Thanks a lot.
So it's not the first we've had. We've never had a software services company on until yesterday. We've never had a hardware services company like this on. Because honestly, I don't know that I've ever seen this on the show floor before. I did once see a lead acid battery that was bigger than our studio. It didn't have the lead or acid in it. It was just the case, but it was bigger than our studio up here. So there are very specialized companies that exhibit, but this is somehow both specialized and not at all. Because yes, circuit board manufacturing is specialized. Almost nobody on our team is necessarily ever going to need that capability, though the Adams and I have a possible thing we've talked about that might require his services, which is part of why I was curious how many we'd have to order. But most people that are watching may not have any need for it themselves, but everything you own, everything you've seen, including the wonderful thing that's going to be on in just a minute, all of them use services like that. I'm going to grab a drink real quick because my throat is killing me. It's been a long CES. We've done a lot of talking. We are down a host this year, an active host. So there's been a little bit more talking for us than normal. So, and it's colder and drier than usual. So my throat is absolutely on fire. But the good news is we have seen some really cool stuff. Based on where these things are, I can't imagine that even the shot we're on right now, we can hide it. What's coming next is really cool. We were watching them set up the other day and test their their booth, which was a lot of fun to watch. But our next guest is here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. How about yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. It's the last day. So we're getting there. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sean Greenhall. I am the captain and lead striker of the U.S. National Drone Soccer Team, and I work with FIDA USA.
Very nice. So let's talk about what you've got here in front of you.
Yes, so right here, these are two different international drone soccer balls, both on the competition level. This is the 20 centimeter that we actually use to teach children the ages of 4 years old and up how to safely and successfully fly drones.
Okay.
And then this is more of the professional level, which most of you guys have already seen here at CES. And everybody hears the drones flying around.
With this on, I can't hear anything but you, which is good. But yeah, so we were watching, I don't know, Sunday or Monday. The netting was all up, and somebody was flying one of the big ones, making sure that it didn't let go. It's like,
oh yeah,
smashing into it. It was a lot of fun to watch. So let's talk about drone soccer as a whole before we get into the actual.
Of course. So drone soccer is a
machines.
new international sport. It originated in South Korea 6 years ago.
Okay.
We brought it to the United States 13 months ago, and we've already hit the ground running. It's a great way to get anyone involved as long as you have two working hands. And not only that, drone soccer is a great way for people to create a career in the drone industry. So these drones fly just like DJI and Autel. So as you're flying these drones, you can log your flight time, your hours, STEM, maintenance. So kids playing this game can essentially get a job in the drone industry, making $60,000 or more a year before they even get to high school.
Nice.
And the game itself consists of 3 3-minute rounds, similar to indoor soccer. So it's 5-on-5, 3 defenders, 2 strikers. The objective of the game, whoever scores the most goals in that time period ends up winning the game.
And so we were watching, and Universal, J.K. Rowling, leave me alone. I looked over and I'm like, this is drone Quidditch.
That's exactly what it is. That's what their inspiration was.
Yeah, because it's way more that than it is soccer, because the things are in the air, because everything's in the air.
Yes.
And Quidditch is basically just soccer in the air anyway, but there's no brooms, so that's fine. Well, there kind of are.
Yeah, they kind of are, essentially.
So it's been here a little over a year. We were really enjoying watching the tests, and I know Clinton was really enjoying watching you guys as a whole. How did it end up here? Like, did somebody hear about it and go, we got to get this here?
Actually, yes. So in May, that was one of the first tournaments we went to, where Korea was still trying to figure out who was going to be their main source for the United States. And luckily enough, we were there with our CEO, Tim Ingram, who runs the whole governing board of drone soccer in the United States. We were lucky enough to get the contract, and the rest is history.
So what does this look like in the United States?
So right now, our focus is going through the school system, and that's what pays for a national team to go travel the world, compete. But like I said, we focus on teaching the children how to fly drones.
Okay. So there's a proper national team. Then we've got the educational program below that. Is there going to be, outside of education, is there going to be like a middle tier of competition?
There will be. Actually, Grossmont College in San Diego is actually the first college in the United States to adopt drone soccer as a sport. And they were actually here. We competed yesterday, and we actually won our first game.
Nice. Okay. That's cool. So we're seeing it, again, in education, but at this point at the college level, can other people get involved in it?
Oh, definitely.
There's lots of people who want to. I know that.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in our tower.
So, yes, though, if you go to our website, FIDAUSA.com, that's where it shows everything, where we're going to be doing events, where we showcase everything. And we are working also with the American Legion to get these drone soccer ball arenas inside every post across the entire United States to get the families and the communities together, and so we can all work together as one.
What a really interesting idea. The American Legion is a cool partner idea. So how does the drone itself work? Obviously, there's a lot of uniqueness to it in body and in shield.
So this shell is made of a carbon-based product. And with that being said, it's a very strong product. Now, each one of these is a little pentagon, and in between there's actually clips and a metal bar inside for extra stability. Now, when it comes to the drone itself, it's just like your typical 5-inch FPV quad with a 4S LiPo battery. And with that being said, it actually flies in horizon mode, so you control the throttle 100%. You let go, it's going to drop out of the sky. So it takes a lot of precision, because these will go 80 to 100 miles an hour inside the arena.
Woof.
So it takes a lot of practice. And right here, what you see, this red light, this is how the referees know what team you're on. It's either red or blue. On the top, this is how the referees see what actually position you play, depending on what color you are.
Oh.
So
you're not going to have a whole lot of colorblind refs?
No. Yes.
Okay. Very cool. How can people get involved?
The best way to get involved is go through our website, contact us. We will be hosting tryouts, create more professional teams across the United States. and so that way we can travel the world and compete in as many tournaments as possible.
That's super cool. I have to pick this little guy up.
Of course.
Oh, it's way lighter than I was prepared for. That's good because you're trying to make it fly.
Yes, and that is a very safe unit to fly. So like I said, we teach children the ages of 4 years old and up how to fly. With that one. This one mostly just demonstrations and for the college level.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I would imagine you could do a lot of stuff with this before taking any damage or putting any danger into it.
Exactly.
'Cause unless you're actively trying to hurt yourself, you're not going to, bounce this into somebody and hit them with a blade, something like that, which when learning drones can be a huge problem.
Yes.
Big
problem.
Or bouncing into TVs, stuff like that.
So that's what actually makes our product so unique.
Bounce,
Yep. So
as opposed to a fast spinning thing hitting a person or an object or something, glass and ceramics going everywhere.
Yep.
This has got a protective shield for the purpose of the game as well, but it's got a protective shield around it.
I can fly that into a wall 200 times. It'll just bounce back without taking any damage.
I watched him do something very similar with this. Wow, that's cool. So, used for education, which means people can get a hold of them.
Yep.
Okay.
They can purchase them on our website, FIDAUSA.com.
What kind of price point are we looking at for one of these guys?
For this one, it's about $350, but that comes with everything you need. The drone, controller, batteries, charging cable for the batteries itself, everything you need to fly. And these are just plug and play. So you literally just plug in the battery, connect the controller, and you can fly immediately right then and there. You don't need to go into beta flight, no tuning, nothing like that.
That's really cool. We do a lot of work with drones, and so fascinating.
It is completely fascinating.
I really like it. I appreciate you coming and showing off and talking about the program. If schools or whatever want to get involved, still back to the website?
Yep, back to the website.
Best way to do?
Best way to do it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. This is super cool. I look forward to seeing this take off. Pun not intended. That was an accident. Throughout the U.S., I have a feeling this is going to be really popular.
Oh, we've been exploding since CES. Fox News was there recording us live, watching demonstrations. We've done interviews all across the world already. We've gotten more exposure than we could have ever imagined, and that's what we're here for.
Yep, for sure. Well, fantastic. I'm glad it's been a good CES for you.
Thank
I appreciate you coming up and showing off.
Appreciate the time. Thank you for having me.
For sure. All right. Really interesting. The devices themselves are very unique looking for obvious reasons, partially from a safety perspective and partially because it's a requirement of the game. It's supposed to be soccer. Of course, it has to be a ball, but my first thought, of course, was with the thin body and everything, I was worried that the little one would have a lot of give to it. And while it does have give to it, that's because you could bounce it off of a wall. I think you'd have to be real mean to that to get it to crack or break or anything like that. Hopefully I imagine all the parts are accessible. It was put together with just a couple of screws, so you could probably take the body apart and then put it back together. You okay over there?
I think I just saw a bird flying around in here.
Oh, yeah. It wouldn't be a first. So long as it stays away from over my head, we'll be fine. All right. We've got a little bit of a break now. It's probably a good time to talk about some of the ways that you can help support our coverage. The first is through a free account on Privacy. Privacy gives you a unique debit card for every online service that you use. So you can create one for Netflix, one for Hulu. And if Netflix gets hacked, God forbid, and all the credit card information gets out, the only thing that somebody could do with that card is pay your Netflix bill. You don't have to worry about it being used at Best Buy to buy a new gaming laptop or something like that. It will be automatically declined. The service is completely free, and they make their money on the processing on the card, so there's nothing about it that will ever cost you any money. You can get $5 to try it now by going to Privacy, downloading the app, and using the promo code QZZ2J. I've been trying to come up with it all week. I think I finally got it. It's a weird code. Hard to remember. QZZ2J is the code. You get $5 to try it out. Again, it's a free service. Create your account, add your funding source, use that code, and you'll get $5 to try it. Also, Blueberry, BLUBRRY, is the podcast resource. Whether you're looking for a place to host your media, put up a website, track your statistics in a certified, accurate way, or a variety of other things, transcriptions and all of that are all available to Blueberry customers. And you can get a 30-day trial to give it a shot for yourself, make sure it's what you want. You can do all of that by going to blueberry.com and using promo code BLUBRRY004. There's also lots of ways that you can join us. We are all over the internet. We're on several Twitches, several YouTubes, Facebooks, plus all of the modern podcasting apps with their live streaming capabilities. I can't remember the website. It's newpodcast.com or something like that. I can't remember it. Todd talks about it all the time. You can find all of the modern podcasting apps that way. Adam's looking it up for us so I can get the domain right. But all of the new ones have the ability to listen to us live. You can also donate to the service. There's Albi. You can go to getalbi.com/p/plughitslive and make a donation there. You can also go to techpodcasts.com and click the PayPal link on the right-hand side and make a donation from there. Clearly, this is not an inexpensive thing for us, so we always appreciate the people who are willing to help and support the coverage. We appreciate you guys. We've had a lot of live viewership this year. We always appreciate it. I know if you are chatting over on one of the Plug Hits Live sites, whether it be YouTube or Twitch or Facebook or Twitter, we appreciate that. We're trying to interact as best we can. If you're over on Todd's at Geek News Central, I know he's been trying to interact with that as well. We appreciate all of that. There's so much chatting and commenting going on. We can't always get to everybody, but we definitely appreciate it. This afternoon, we will be doing our Best of Awards starting at 2 p.m. Pacific. That'll be 5 p.m. Eastern. Myself, Todd Cochran, and Chris Jordan will be up here together to give out the awards. Don Bain has already gone home. He has some personal work to get done, so he's not here today. We will give out his award on his behalf. The awards are custom made. We had them custom cut by Amrock. Vicky over at the Amrock Fab Lab in Tampa. She did a fantastic job. They look so cool. We're really happy with those. And they glow. And we've had a lot of companies bring awards up to us. We've seen a lot of awards out on the floor, and I haven't seen any of them that glow this year. So hopefully that'll make this a special thing. We will have, I think, a total of 7 awards to give. Plug Hits Live will give one. Geek News Central will give one. Talking Sound. That's interesting. We might have one not to give because of something that happened behind the scenes. Or maybe I'll just make a decision on it. So Plug Hits Live Geek News Central, Talking Sound / Curious Realm. And then production will have one. We'll have a best of. And I feel like there's another one in there that I'm totally blanking on. So we'll be giving those out this afternoon at 2 o'clock. I'll tell you, I have an idea of what our pick is going to be, but there's always the possibility that something comes up here today and surprises me. The pick that I currently have was not... I did not even entirely understand what it was that was coming up at the time. So I wasn't prepared for it. It definitely came up and shook me up and made a change. I'm wondering, if we're dead down there, I'm wondering if Sergio wants to come up and talk for a couple minutes. Yeah, let's see if Sergio will come up. He's all dressed up. He just finished something pretty cool. Mute me for a second. All right. He just finished up with something really cool, and I kind of want to hear about what's going on. Hi. Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. So, how did it go? Tell people what you just...
I just pitched for Shark Tank downstairs, and it was an experience.
So I imagine none of the sharks were there. You were pitching to
sharks.
producers.
Pitching directly to a camera.
Okay.
So that
and the camera will go to the producers.
And the camera,
okay.
Yes. So, which is perfectly fine. I was prepared for in-person conversation or to pitch to a camera. It was hard to do the pitch because the top was not sealed. So it was like doing a pitch. We didn't have any like headphones.
Yeah.
So it was hard because there was all the other sounds involved. But
the roar of the show, all of that. Yeah.
But I met a cool dude there named Steven, Dr. Steven, who has this cool product. And I sat with him and he told me, so he has this, he has AI to help you on your Zoom chats stay more focused. So it was really cool. And then I told him my idea.
Okay.
Or not my idea, but Dr. Monday's idea about the tissue treatment for necrotic ulcers. So that was pretty much it. I was really nervous. Even pitching to a camera, for some reason, talking to just a camera is extremely nerve-wracking. Yeah. But it's cool. Are we on air right now? Okay, cool.
Yes, we are.
Sweet. Hey, Adam, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, snap. He speaks. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
That's about what you'll get.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
So
yes.
But it was a good experience, even though you were just talking to a camera?
Best experience ever. I got the contact information from the production house there, and I'm going to attach them to people in Tampa, and maybe they can do some cross-pollination as far as production work goes. Yeah.
That's cool. We've had some of our former guests go on Shark Tank.
Yes.
Two, for sure, that come to mind.
Yes.
Robbie, his pitch was awesome.
Okay.
And he went on and got investment. And
yes.
There's at least another one. I can't remember which one. I remember Michelle sending me the link. She's like, hey, did you know they were on?
Let's go.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
So it is totally possible to be here in this room, make the pitch, and then make it on.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it is absolutely a possibility that people in this room or downstairs can absolutely get on there and then get investment, because Robbie is a great example of that from Benji Lock, which I'm very disappointed. His schedule got weird.
You said
and he wasn't
Benji Lock?
able. Yes.
Benji Lock. And that's the finger scan lock?
Yeah, the biometric
That's cool.
security.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
I have one on my front door.
Yeah.
We have a couple of them at Strike.
Yeah.
I have one a padlock at home,
Yes.
and I guess they didn't make it on, but 2 of our guests from CES last year came together following CES to build a product together.
That's kind of cool.
So
Yeah.
if you watch the coverage last year, there's a company called TechLock that makes a security product for using your laptop in public spaces. So you attach it to the table to, like at a restaurant, you go to a Starbucks or whatever, you're by yourself, you attach it to the table, you have to go to the bathroom, you want to go get a refill. You're not going to disconnect from the Wi-Fi and your VPN and put the laptop away and take your laptop with you and then come back and grab your table again and put it all back.
Yeah.
This temporarily but securely mounts it to the table. It makes awful noises if somebody tries to steal it.
Yes.
So the whole thing is cool and really secure, and they are adding the Benji Lock technology to it. So if you don't want to put a pin in front of people at a Starbucks,
Yes.
you can just unlock it with your finger, pack your laptop up, and go away.
Gotcha. So
Yeah,
people
super
are,
cool.
People are going to now start taking fingers from other people now.
See? The interesting thing is, when it comes to biometric data, you've only got a very short window of time between that thumb coming off and it not working anymore. So
Gosh. Yeah. Yeah.
eyes are a little different, but
Yeah.
fingers, biometrics fail, I think, within like 10 or 15 minutes.
Woo.
So
That's some cool stuff, man. Being here is really amazing because all the tech and it'd be cool if they have like just a board with like the different type of ideas. So you see where security bridges to AI, where AI bridges to health, where health bridges to nutrition. Because it'd be cool to have like a giant like brain map of this place to see where everyone's at.
that would be interesting.
Yeah.
You could probably put it together. I think the companies in the app have categories and tags. You could almost certainly put together at least a layout based on that. That would be cool. So you've been here in the Venetian Expo all week with us.
Yes.
Chris is supposed to be, hopefully you guys are going to go soon.
Yeah.
Chris is supposed to be taking you over to the LVCC, to the big building.
So when you say that, you got to understand that I don't understand like the scale because this is huge. We're on 2 floors, and I've walked around and I got lost. Just going from the escalator coming up here, I got lost again. I've been lost 3 times, people. I keep getting lost. This lady grabbed my arm and she's like, "I need to tell you this product." I said, "I don't have time." She said, "Okay, then I'll walk with you." I said, "Ma'am,
I don't know where I'm
pushy,
going."
very pushy lady.
Yeah.
But
in fairness, I did warn you about that.
yeah, she literally grabbed me and pulled me away.
I told you.
And
because you've got a blue badge. And there are some companies that are desperate for our attention.
I gave her the plug-its card. I said, "Hey, man, you got to talk to my man, Scott. He does one of the best programs ever. He's nice, he's personable, and he's the bee's knees." I don't know what that means. I say it, though. I hope that's nothing derogatory. Yeah,
that's
right,
a good
the bee's
thing.
knees. Because I've never looked at bees' knees. They don't have knees.
So does that mean that the expression means that I don't exist? Okay. But, yeah, so I know you are astounded by the size of this show.
And this is just one floor.
This is the little one. There
I get
are
lost.
There are other facilities that are significantly larger. There are some companies who have booths that are the size of basically from the wall at least through Gonio, if not further, and from basically us to that wall. Samsung, Sony, LG. I don't know what LG's crazy thing they've done with TVs is this year, but they do some weird art installation every year with televisions that you walk into and they're doing things, and you never know what they're going to do. But so you get to go over to the big building, to Central Hall, and see it. I warned you coming in that there's no way to prepare you for what this is.
I feel like I'm going to get in a time warp.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of that.
That's kind of what it feels like here, because I literally been traveling. I always see something new, see people I had no idea. It's just like people just keep repopulating here, and I assume every time I leave, they just build new stuff. That's what's happening. It's the same. We're in the same building. They keep repopulating new sites because everywhere I go, it's like some different environment I'm in.
So you've basically pitched that we're in a simulation.
That's what it kind of feels like.
I don't necessarily disagree.
I mean, this wouldn't be a bad simulation. If this was a simulation, it'd be pretty chill.
Yeah.
This wouldn't be that bad. If this isn't base level reality.
I do wish that we could get through the week without a sore throat, which has never happened during a CES, but, things happen.
I got you, Scott. Simulation Command. Scott's tired of these pesky sore throats. We need to dial it down 10%. Oh, they said you're in Vegas. They said you're in Vegas. They said you got to go back to Tampa where it's more moisture in the air. So
there's nothing that can be done. Well, I will let you go find Chris Jordan and hopefully head over because we've got awards at 2:00.
Let's go.
I want you to be able to see it.
Thank you, Scott.
Make sure you take that with you, bud. So Serge is our new guy this year. He has been absolutely killing it. A true asset, a go-getter. He's built some relationships for us for both companies. And in fact, I'm pretty sure he built the relationship with our next guest who's coming up in just a minute. We're lucky to have Serge on the team this year. Truly a good guy. A reminder, I guess, while we're waiting, I'm Scott with Plug Hits Live, PLUGHITZ live.com. You can go there and see our CES coverage by going to plughitslive.com/CES, or you can go to plughits.live/CES. Obviously, we are live right now. The way this works is, once we come down, our team is going to take a nap for a couple of days. Some of it will happen here in Vegas over the next 12 hours or so, and then some of it will happen once we get back to Tampa. After that, we will start the publishing process full force. We have published a couple of videos while we've been here. There will be a couple that will go out tonight, for example. Once we get started at full force, it will be 3 videos per day, every day, until we're done. As we stand right now, I think this interview coming up is number 113. So, with that information, you can figure out about how long it's going to take. It will take about 45 days, give or take, to get all of the content out there. We do that for 2 reasons. The first is we don't want to overwhelm our listeners and viewers. And I say listeners and viewers because you can subscribe to us at plughitslive.com. You can subscribe through your favorite podcatcher, both audio and video. You can go to YouTube and subscribe to Plug Hits Live. You can also follow us on Facebook, Plug Hits Live, F5 Live, and Pilch Point. All of the content will be available on all of those places. But if you want the videos faster, there's also a way that you can do that. That's by going to YouTube and going to @PlugHitsLive and joining us. It's $5 a month. And for that $5, as the videos are edited, not as they're published, they will become available to you as a member of our community. In that community, you will get access to all the videos. There will be no clever titles, no descriptions of the video. It will literally be file name -CES 2024. That's what you're going to get. Or I think it's actually @CES 2024. That's what it'll say. Nothing clever, nothing. But as they're edited, they will all become available immediately, and then they will publish out to the wild after that. So you have first access. If everything goes the way we hope it does this year, within probably the first 7 or 8 days, all of the videos will be available to you in there. So all 100 and however many we do, they will all be available in that on the YouTube channel for members, which is different than subscribers. So it's also cheap and easy way that you can help us out in providing this content for you. Just smiling at Michelle downstairs. It's been a morning. We've had some really great stuff so far this morning. I know some of the other guests on our schedule are pretty fantastic as well. I'm really looking forward to this next one. It's a cool product that does something that I'm already doing, but with a piece of equipment that costs about triple what his does. And it's not a piece of equipment that you necessarily need, but it also gives me some inspiration for some stuff that I want to do as well. So, you know, it's always interesting here at CES. My favorite part of this event is not necessarily the guests. Yes, the companies are cool. The ones that do and do not come on the show, perfectly cool, always enjoy. But the thing that really I enjoy is seeing how people can meet during the show. Companies that may not have ever heard of each other but have products and or services that can work together, come together and then can do cool things. We were talking about Lap Lock and Benji Lock coming together after CES last year to produce a joint venture, Benji Lock powered Tech Lock. Super cool. Tech Lock has also got a co-branded version of the Benji Lock padlocks, and that relationship is entirely because of CES and the CTA. And sometimes we sit here, Adam, and we watch one of our own interviews and go, we could use that. And I have a feeling that not just myself, but many of our guests or our viewers are going to have the same feeling in just a moment. Because our next guest is here. Hello.
Good morning. How are you today?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing well, getting ready to wrap things up.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Almost there.
Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
My name's Mike. I'm the founder of On Air Warning, and our product that we're demoing today is called Mute Kit. And it's a total mute solution that works with most of your video conference applications. And the idea is to have a sure way to know that your mic and camera are both off or they're on. And in your business, you know how important that is.
Absolutely. It's one of the things that we wish we were allowed to do. They won't let us put up anything here.
Okay.
We want so badly to be able to alert people that we're on air, especially as they come up the stairs, as a reminder. But we're not allowed to do any of that. That's a whole different issue.
Well, we got you covered.
So let's talk about what you've got here.
Okay, so basically the initial premise of On Air Warning happened during COVID when my wife came back to teach from the house and shared my office space with me. I would have to walk past her like 9 or 10 times a day and constantly looking for that little tiny mic mute, camera mute thing in the corner or like a little itty bitty light.
Yeah.
And I went on a quest to find a product that would let me know if her mic or her camera were on. And there was nothing that was available. So we launched our first product, the On Air Warning Light, back in June of 2021. And we were pretty successful with it. We did a Kickstarter. We raised $50,000. We developed the product. And then we realized that we needed something more to it. And that was software development, right? We had the initial product working, and it just worked with Zoom primarily. And then in order to get it to work with other applications and actually be a more definitive mute, so that when you mute your mic, you know that Cortana's not listening to you or Siri's not listening to you. So we went at a deeper level on that. And then also we figured out how to do the camera mute as well. And also did some neat things with redirecting it that I'll show you in a minute.
Okay, so we have a little 3-button keyboard here.
Correct, and I'd like you to hold it in your hand for a second.
Okay.
And most people are surprised it's not a plastic. There's 2 layers of steel that are part of it, and it weighs more than twice of what any similar macro board or keyboard would do. And the primary difference, aside from the the quality of the build of the equipment is that it's got a controller chip in there that not only sends a signal to the computer, but also receives a signal back that the mic and camera are muted. And the neat thing is the center one, the center light here, the center light on the keyboard, and the center light on the graphical user interface on the screen, they all coordinate. And when you enter a meeting, so here I'll start I can't read backwards.
You got
New
it.
meeting. So you'll see the minute that the meeting starts, the center lights go on.
Okay.
So this is really good, not just when you're starting a meeting, but when you're bored with a meeting and you're doing a spreadsheet, you're multitasking, you're 3 windows into something or 4 windows into something, and you forget that the meeting's even going on after everyone's left because you don't hear them anymore. They all said goodbye, you were ignoring them, and now an hour later,
because you've got actual productive things that need to be done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So an hour later, you realize you're
every
still
day.
in the meeting all the time. So you'll notice that the mic and camera are both muted. So you'll see the mic mute and unmute.
Yep.
And the lights go off in 3 different places when you're doing it. And also it's recognized by Google Meet and Microsoft Teams. And then you'll notice that we can unmute the camera, unmute the mic.
Hi, Adam.
Or what we like to do, I call it Armageddon mode.
Okay.
Right? You're sitting there working from home, or you're working in an home example, kids throwing up, dogs barking, someone enters the room, maybe not properly dressed. We had someone tell us a story that he didn't realize his wife was on a Zoom call, and he went into the room and started changing.
Whoops.
Yep. And
All right.
obviously they're the famous Zoom fails like Tubin and, various things.
It's exactly what I've been thinking the whole time. When you pitched this to me yesterday, he is who I was thinking about.
There you go. Well, we have, not only would you know, but if something unexpected happens quickly, you can hit the Armageddon button, mic and camera off at the same time. But
Gotcha.
you know from doing Zoom meetings, I think I could just close that people, when they turn their camera off, they usually get a black screen. You get someone's name. You get a circle with an initial in it.
Yeah.
And then the person comes back to the meeting, and everyone's like, okay, well, what happened? And then if it happens again, they're like, okay, is he sick? Is there an emergency? And it's a distraction to the meeting. So what we invented was something called instant selfie mode.
Okay.
So if you take our software interface, which I'll make it a little larger so you could see it.
Nice.
And you turn on instant selfie. So we've got our live camera here, and actually let me make it smaller. That's kind of in the way. And then what happens is, can I turn this towards you for a moment? Yeah. Okay. Are you in the camera view?
I am.
Okay. So now you've got Armageddon mode. Look at the camera, look really interested, and boom. And then you're frozen. Got it? Now strike the same pose. Hit the button when you're ready to go back. It's not for a meeting of 2 or 3 people, but
Sure.
if you're in with more than 4 or 5 people, no one will ever know it. And we did it so that it's not so much to be deceptive and not work, but to understand that people that work from home or work in Zoom meetings a lot have to balance their real world interaction with their online interaction.
Yeah.
And your bosses can't always expect you to be sitting there paying attention, focused 100% of the time. And a lot of people feel that they have to do that.
Because FedEx is going to knock on the door at some point.
Exactly. And nature's going to call at some point.
Indeed. And if you're on a 2-hour, corporate presentation call, you got to deal with it.
Exactly. So we've developed the software. We've actually done our second Kickstarter, which was the kit together. Okay. So it was one of the lights, the switch, and the software. And we were successful with that. We did $56,000. We met our goal in the first hour on
Nice.
Kickstarter. And since then, we've received our shipment. We've got 5,000 units of everything sitting in a warehouse, and our orders are shipping from our on-air warning or mute kit website. Place the order, and it'll ship within 24 hours anywhere.
Very cool. Now I have to try something.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't going to toggle.
Got it.
I was just curious if one of them was on and the other one wasn't, that would Because I saw you hit it once, and everything came on. So I was just making sure it wasn't going to toggle one on, one off. Yeah, the panic button does do exactly what you need it to do.
We made it default to off.
Yeah.
Which is yesterday I got caught a few times because I was playing with instant selfie, and I would have that. I'd be off, or one of them would be on, and I'd hit it, expecting the camera to come back on. But since the mic was on, it just every time you hit the center button, it either mutes them both, and if they're both muted, then it'll unmute them together.
Yeah, it's not just a hard toggle.
Exactly.
Yeah, you put thought into this, and that's great. It really is a cool product because there was the guy doing the interview on TV, and the kid came running in. Yep. This kind of stuff happens all the time.
Yep. And people are becoming immune to it, right?
Yeah.
It's like I don't do many calls with more than 3 or 4 people, but I obviously deal with a lot of people, and a lot of our customers have stories that they tell, and we have people that actually I've got 5 of these in my office.
Okay.
I've got them all around my monitor. We've got a vertical version that's on the side of my monitor. I've got a 60-foot cable to my door jamb. So just outside my door is one of these things.
Yeah.
And I had a group of people come from out of country, and they said, "Why would you need such a big light or two light?" And I go, "I've got 5 of them, and I've got one of my 4 kids will see the light on and think it's a good time to photobomb dad."
Sure.
So you can't be too careful, and certainly I know I have moments where I'm like, especially the scenario we talked about before, where you're in a Google meeting and everyone exits. You're doing your spreadsheet, you're doing your productive work, everyone leaves, right? And you don't realize that the meeting's way behind there, and you get up, go to the bathroom, you do whatever, and sometimes I don't get caught till the light on the door. And I realize, we're still lit up.
Whoops.
I need to go dig, and I'll have 30 windows open on my system.
Yeah.
So you have to go dig in order to find it. One of the cool things that we're developing right now, if we could talk about that,
sure.
Okay, is that we've actually added a button bar to the GUI. Let me exit the meeting, and you'll see when you exit, the center light goes off, just as it's supposed to do. So we've added to the GUI the ability to put up to 5 buttons on the bottom that you control as hotkeys.
Okay.
All right. So for Google, when I use Zoom, I have one of them that's exit meeting, share screen, raise your hand, participants. So that way I don't have to, even when the stuff's buried, if a meeting ends, I can just click on the software and end the meeting. So
that's cool. You did a Kickstarter. They're shipping. If people want to find out more about the product and when a new batch might be available for sale,
mutekit.com, MUTEKIT, and or On Air Warning is the parent company. Leads you to the same site. We've done a good job with a setup video, and you can download the software. And also for people that don't necessarily find an interest in the hardware itself, the software is available for $2.99 a month. It's on subscription.
Okay.
So you can download the software, try it, use Instant Selfie. If you like it, subscribe. 30 days, it'll say plug in a light or buy a subscription. And we haven't advertised it until now.
Right.
And we've got like 15 people that have been paying for the last 3 or 4 months since our Kickstarter.
Very cool.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming up.
Appreciate it. My
Have
pleasure.
a good one. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows of a failure like this. They're not necessarily as high profile as Tubin that made national news. You should probably go down and talk to CNN and see if they're interested in buying it for the company after that one. But we've all forgotten that we're on a call. They're boring. They're talking about things that you don't actually have any impact on your life. They're just, executives yapping away about something. But you have to be there, so you're there. And you forget that at one point you had a camera on, and like he said, you bury the meeting window behind a bunch of other stuff. For me, it's 2 visual studios and a dozen edge windows, and you forget that the meeting's even there. You look to somebody next to you and start having a conversation, but your camera's still on. We've all done it, and that's a fantastic solution to the problem. Well, our next guest is here. Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
It's the last day.
Last day.
It's
and the crowded show.
Tired, but it's okay.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Of course. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
Okay. So my name is Ahmet. I'm the co-founder and CEO of QuartusMed, and we are a biomedical company developing innovative products for the well-being of newborns, babies.
Okay. What kind of products are we talking about here?
Actually, we started from clinical side.
Okay.
My co-founders are neonatologists. They are newborn physicians, and they had a particular problem that they have been observing in numerous newborns, preterms or terms alike, and that was how we're gonna assess the oral feeding ability of the infants. And it's a crucial, let's say, bodily function for newborns, and it's the one of the top 3 criterion before the discharge. One of them is whether the infant can control the body temperature. The other one is whether the infant can function respiration, can inhale and exhale.
Sure.
And the third one is, does the infant have enough oral feeding ability to discharge? And in US, usually very experienced physicians do a car seat test. They put the infant to a car seat and let the newborn sit there for half an hour or an hour, and they observe whether there is a drooling or stop breathing or anything like that. And we develop a non-invasive diagnostic device with machine learning algorithms. It's a portable device, and we have 2 probes, and it let the physicians, midwives or nurse decide whether the infant is ready for discharge or not. That's what we did at clinic. And while we are in CES, we stepped up our game and we developed a consumer looking for the parents at home solution, which is a family of wearables.
Interesting.
And one of them is placed on the infant's body. It collects data like heart rate, body temperature, usual body vitals. What it also does is that it collects body sounds. And from those sounds, we can classify coughs, sneezes, swallows, all sorts of things. And on top of that, there is another, we call it a wearable. It's another sensor for the bottles, actually. And it gets information about, it estimates the amount of fluid intake and the temperature of the fluid, milk or formula.
Sure.
And lastly, other important metrics like the suction times, suction durations during the feeding. And all around, we provide these insights to parents, new parents. This is especially important for new parents currently because unfortunately, there is this sudden infant death syndrome. It's unfortunate and very devastating for the parents and friends and etc. And we believe that we have a chance to monitor and call at the right time for the emergency cases. And when you think about the general public, almost 50% of the new parents are millennials, and they like measuring things, right?
Indeed.
We all have it. Yes, everything's is for measuring something. And what we want to do, I have a PhD in electrical engineering. I'm specialized in machine learning, and I know how to measure and estimate things, how to classify things. And my co-founders are neonatologists, and they know of the parents and newborns, and it's not always, it's you shouldn't be measuring everything, but what is important for the newborn, and that's what we are going to deliver for the new parents.
Very cool. So where are you in this process for the consumer version?
Yes, we have finished up our R&D. Currently, somewhere around 40 families are using their trials.
Okay.
They're in trial in 40 families, and hopefully we're gonna launch our product by the end of March.
Oh, okay.
Through Spotify and Shopify. Sorry about that.
I figured that's what we meant.
Yeah, Shopify and Amazon.
I was saying Spotify's getting into a new business. I didn't realize.
For newborn healthcare.
Pretty specialized for a music company.
Yeah. Well, they need to get new revenue, you know.
Yeah, because the music's not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
So it'll be through Shopify, through your own probably branded site,
yes,
and then then through Amazon.
Yeah, through
Amazon. What kind of price point are we looking at?
Actually, we're trying a new business model. We don't want to sell directly to the new parents. We want to have a subscription-based model.
Okay.
And we're gonna ask for a 3 to 6 month commitment to own the hardware.
Okay.
But after the commitment period completed, they're gonna own the hardware, and perpetually they will be able to utilize mobile app. There's a mobile app, of course.
Sure.
And hopefully this will not bring a lot of burden to their economies.
Sure.
We want to reach as much parents as possible, as much families as possible.
Fair enough.
So it's going to be on the lower 3 digits, the total commitment. What we are discussing is somewhere around $14.99 to at most $18.99 for a month, and
less than $20.
Yes, and it's affordable when you think about it. When the competing products are sold somewhere around $200 and more, we want to be affordable to provide the much needed healthcare for the new parents and newborns.
Very cool. People are going to want more information about this, and to find out when you go live with it, how can they do that?
They can stop by in our website. It is quartusmed.com, and you can reach me from LinkedIn and Twitter. My name is Ahmet Saraçoğlu. It was very nice to be here.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you coming up and talking to me.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank
Have
you.
a good last day of the show.
Thank you. Have a nice one.
There's a lot of health tech. There's a lot of baby tech. They oftentimes collide, but not necessarily like that. That's a unique place for them to come together, and a really interesting product. Does he have his badge? Okay, perfect. That's a great idea. Yeah, so really a great idea. And, you know, anytime we have to talk about something as tragic as SIDS, it can be a challenge. But, you know, in this particular case, it may or may not be related because, you know, it's called sudden for a reason because it's not entirely understood. But if this can provide any kind of benefit to parents in helping prevent something that tragic, fantastic. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Go ahead. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
All right. My name is Ruben. I'm an audio engineer. I work with a company called Nomano, based in Trondheim, Norway.
All right. And tell me about Nomano.
Okay. Nomano is the company that sort of invented this thing.
Okay.
The Nomano sound capsule. The Nomano sound capsule is a spatial audio production kit.
All right. I wasn't prepared for that.
Yeah. Everybody knows that spatial audio is difficult to get into. There's a lot of know-how. There's a lot of plugins and stuff like that you have to know how to utilize.
Yeah.
but our target was to lower that threshold, make it really easy for anyone to make spatial audio content. So even a 5-year-old could take this equipment, go out and make a spatial audio production and make it sound good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting little box. I
Yep.
am seeing what appear to be 4 microphones around the outside. Nice screen on top.
Yep.
Couple of buttons. Power
Yep.
button looks like maybe, or a record button because it's red. Never mind. Whoop,
Yep.
definitely a record button. Up and down, either for navigation or maybe volume.
Yeah, it's like menu navigation,
Okay.
although it's really, really simple. You don't ever have to go into the menu, actually.
Fantastic.
So I guess I can give you the sort of lowdown here.
Sure.
This here is what we call the space recorder.
Okay.
It's the interface between the user and the sound capsule. It's the receiver for these 4 lav mics here. So these are magnetic, so they can clip on with a magnet like this.
Fantastic.
Easy to put them anywhere. They also have the good old alligator clip, so put it like that. But it's also a spatial audio microphone. So it's
Okay.
ambisonics microphone. So this guy is recording the environment that you're in 3D. Then these guys are recording the dialogue. So you put them on the people. So now you have your ambience and you have your spot mics for the people. It's also tracking the positioning data on the stellar mics. So the space recorder knows where these microphones are positioned relative to it. And then it gathers all of that information as metadata. And once you hit the stop button on your space recorder, after you're done your recording, everything is sort of sent over to this guy and up into the cloud as a sweet little package.
And then it's able to put the vocals where they belong.
Yeah.
In the world?
Yeah, so when you listen back, it's like your head is positioned where this guy was during the recording.
Okay.
And there's also, in the software, there's denoising. There's crosstalk reduction, so it will remove your voice from my mic and vice versa.
Got it.
There's an EQ matcher. There's an adaptive leveler, a compressor basically, that is able to only compress the dialogue and look away from the noise floor. So even if it's compressing the dialogue, you won't hear the noise floor pumping up and down.
Got it.
And then there's a loudness normalizer. So everything comes out at -18 LUFS. So it's basically broadcast ready once it comes out. And it's a binaural stereo file. So you have your spatial mix.
Front?
No, actually, that's the front.
Okay, so
Yeah.
front. So
Yeah.
you said it's where your head is. So
Yeah, when you listen back to it afterwards, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter where you place this.
Okay.
But usually you would place it in the middle of
yeah,
the conversation.
but you said it's like your head is where this thing is.
Yeah, when you
for
listen
the
back.
audio. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this would be the face.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm looking at here. So if we were to use it here, let's say.
Yeah.
We could put it here.
Yeah.
We'd each put on a microphone, and that would be the front side of the audio, and
Yeah.
this would then be the back side
So if you,
of the room.
If you placed it like that, you would hear me out on the left and you out on the right, a little bit more to the right than I was on the left. Yeah.
Okay.
So and also there's a lot of like hidden potential in the box. We've designed it so that we can keep updating it
Sure.
for years to come. It won't be outdated in 2 years. For example, we have been able to use this as a conference microphone because it's a spatial audio mic. We can, after the fact, create a virtual shotgun microphone that automatically points to the person speaking.
Sure.
Yeah, so you just put it in the middle of the table, start talking, and the virtual shotgun will sort of point at the person talking.
Fascinating.
Yeah, and
Wow.
excuse me, the processing that we do is completely world class. You can't compare it to competing products. You can't compete it to professional products that are used in post-production houses around the world.
Okay.
For example, the denoiser is able to reduce the noise floor by 16 dB without introducing any artifacts.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, now that's impressive.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and everything is built in-house.
So it's designed for this room, is what you're telling me.
Yeah, we could make a really good sounding podcast right out here on the floor.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Love to See that in action.
Yeah, and then you have your clean voices, and then you have your spatial ambience that you can just blend into taste. So if you're in an interesting location, you want some of that ambience.
Right.
But your dialogue tracks are completely clean, so you can just blend that ambience into taste, and you'll have a really immersive sounding podcast.
So what kind of price point are we talking about on this?
It's $2,490.
Okay.
And then there's a 20% discount right here at CES.
Very cool. That must mean that it's already available?
Yeah. We've sold hundreds of units already.
Nice.
It's available on Amazon and from
wow.
our homepage.
So let's talk about some of the tech stats, battery life. Because obviously everything's running on a battery right now.
Yeah, so battery life is really good on this thing. This base unit here is a big battery.
Oh, okay.
So everything charges from the base unit. So if everything is fully charged, you can easily record for 3 full days without recharging the battery. So you can take everything with you. It's charging while you're moving between location. You can open it, record, and you're good to go to the next one. And you can do that many, many times. Like we had, it's a British podcast, We Are Makers. They traveled across the U.S. interviewing different makers in their shops. And they recorded 36 episodes on one charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I put this on right now, how long until it's done?
Until it's like empty the battery? 12, 15 hours.
Okay. So I could do a whole day of our broadcast without having to go pop it back on the charger.
Yeah.
Theoretically, same with this, but it could probably live in there anyway.
Yeah, so that one...
Looking at our studio here, right?
Yeah, so this guy, maybe 10 to 12 hours, and these are like I put it in record and just left for the night. And when I came back the next day, it was still recording.
Still recording.
10 hours later. So I don't really know, but it's at least 10 to 12 hours.
So you've got personal experience. You've seen it go overnight, came back, still recording, all good.
And so if you record more than 4 hours, it's going to separate into chunks.
Yeah.
But you can record one recording for 4 hours without it separating it in the cloud.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That would be a really fun experiment.
Right.
In here.
And one more thing about these Stellar mics, which is really cool, is that they have internal memory. So the range on these microphones are about 20 meters.
Okay.
Or 20 yards, 24 yards maybe. But if you step out of range, they start recording internally. So they have a 45-minute buffer in here.
Okay.
So you can be out of range for 45 minutes. Come back into range, it starts transferring again. When the buffer is empty, you can step out of range again for 45 minutes.
Gotcha. Very cool. So it just dumps back to the to the primary.
Yeah. So you could leave this running here, and we could walk around the floor here, come back and have a little talk, and then go back out on the floor. Yeah. So
I was just watching the charger interact with this.
And it's also really foolproof. The dynamic range on these microphones are extreme. So we've fine-tuned the sort of area in that dynamic range that we're recording in. That means you can whisper and you can scream, and it's still going to sound great.
Well, that's really cool.
Yeah.
How can people find out more?
They can go to nomano.co, which is our homepage, and you'll find all the information there.
Fantastic.
And of course, we're on all the social medias, LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, all that stuff. And then you'll also see some content from people who's already purchased and sort of taking it for a test. We have a guy in California who took it for a drive with his windows open and just driving around on the highway and stuff with his kid.
See?
That's pretty entertaining, too.
That's 100% the kind of thing like I would go do immediately.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a lot of fun to test it. You can go into the woods. You can go. I mean, We Are Makers did a whole podcast right next to a waterfall, and it still sounds decent. I mean, in those extreme noisy environments, it's going to start being a little bit of artifact and stuff like that. But it still sounds incredible to be that noisy.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming up and showing this off. It's a really cool product, and got my mind going.
Yeah.
See, that's the dangerous part about CES.
You should come down and check out our booth. We'll give you a demo, what it sounds like. You can take it for a spin if you like.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to. Oh, I have one in my pocket. Can we go to the crowd shot for a minute? All right. Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
Oh, just trying to make a living in this dog-eat-dog capitalist world. What about yourself?
Sounds about right.
All right.
I'm trying to survive day 4. Go ahead and introduce yourself for me.
All right. So my name is Dr. Stephen LaBeouf. I'm one of the founders and president of ValenCell. ValenCell is probably most famous for we're the company that made optical heart rate monitoring truly wearable to be in all kinds of devices.
Yeah.
And now we're here showcasing our first medical solution, which is our fingertip BP solution.
Okay. Very cool. I remember, so we were using your application as our test for all of our graphics all week. So
all right.
Really easy
so we
to
have
access.
a history.
So yeah, absolutely. So tell me about what we got here.
So this, I just whipped this out of my pocket a moment ago because it's so compact. This looks kind of like, I guess, a pulse oximeter, but it measures your blood pressure. And so I could give you a demo if you like. So this little thing took 15 years for us to put together.
Wow.
It's based off machine learning. So what it does is, can you see this little sensor right here?
Yeah.
So that senses one of our optical sensor solutions. So just like we use this technology to measure heart rate when you exercise, in this case, we take this optical data and we combine it with your metadata to generate an accurate blood pressure reading.
Okay.
Clinical validation study starts this month.
Okay.
And so this is how we do it. So first of all, I'm turning it on right now. It's 3 seconds to get it going. You see our cool little logo.
Yeah.
It's our new logo. Thank our marketing person, Rebecca Cook. So it says, "Are you ready?" Yes, I'm ready. So I'm going to put my finger inside this device. I'm going to hit the start button. It's saying, "Are you doctor?" Which that's my nickname for myself. Nobody else calls me that. And I'm going to go ahead and start it. Now, I shouldn't really be talking while I'm measuring my blood pressure, but for the sake of this demo, I will.
Sure.
So what it's doing right now, you see this thing swirling around?
Yeah.
It's making sure I got enough blood flow in my finger for it to do an accurate measurement.
Got it.
Once it's like, yeah, you legit, now it's starting to do the recording. When this loop completes, it's going to give me a systolic over diastolic reading.
Okay.
Now, as I noted, this solution, it's a good thing, this is regulated by the FDA.
Sure.
Because it's a blood pressure solution.
Yeah.
So we got our clinical validation study starting this month. We expect to be complete in March so we could submit to the FDA in April. So
bad.
if we do what we're planning to do correctly and we earn that 510K, we should be able to launch this year.
That's really cool.
Ah, God, dog it. I was telling the folks out there, Nancy and all, that my blood pressure readings are high for all these demos. It's kind of embarrassing, but I blame it on CES,
Sure. I mean, fair enough. Okay, so for me, this is fantastic, and I'll tell you why. I've never been able to get an accurate blood pressure.
Oh, yeah, forget about it.
And here's why. I don't like to be aware of my own pulse. And when that cuff tenses up, I'm aware of my own pulse, and I panic, and the reading goes off.
Yeah.
I've never gotten an accurate blood pressure reading. With this, I've done pulse ox, no problem. At no point do I feel like I can feel my own pulse in my finger. So physically, body-wise, it's the same concept.
That's right.
And so I might actually be able to, for the first time in my life, get a blood pressure reading.
Well, well,
that's not out of control.
It's good to know.
I always look like I have just left my first year as president of the United States. Like, my blood pressure is ridiculous on these readings, and the real life thing is it's not.
Yeah. There's white coat, where you go to the doctor and your blood pressure is higher because you're nervous there.
Because you're already in a bad place.
Yeah. And then there's also mass hypertension, where you find it at the doctor's office, but something's going down at home.
Sure.
So the whole purpose of this, the whole reason we did this, is because it's already well known in medicine that if you self-monitor, you have better outcomes.
Sure.
Especially if you're prehypertensive or hypertensive. But measuring your blood pressure is difficult. You know, that cuff's weird. You got to align it. You're hoping it inflates right. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes the batteries just die because the freaking pump dies.
Yep.
People don't know you have to calibrate those, send them to the factory every so often. Nobody ever does that.
Yeah.
So this is all electronic, machine learning, no mechanical parts, and it's meant to solve the adherence issue, really.
Yeah.
When you get to the root of the gumbo, it's about making it easier, a hell of a lot easier and a hell of a lot more convenient to take your blood pressure, so that people actually would do it.
For sure. So in our team, we've had a couple of staff members that have had heart attacks.
Oh, yeah.
And so doing blood pressure becomes a regular part of the day. Just so happens that one of the other exhibitors helped us out with a blood pressure cuff, and I tried it on myself. Nothing.
Yeah.
Even being at home, nothing going on, everything. Still panic. But my mother, generally no problem, but sometimes, you get it a little bit off.
Yeah.
Or God forbid you move your arm just a slight bit.
Yeah, and
it's
it can
all
do it all.
over. But you can't do this
No.
while you're doing it.
Right.
You can't put it in a position where you're not going to move, but you can't move.
Yeah. The American Heart Association tries to communicate with folks about the right way to take a blood pressure reading, and a lot of people just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Now, this, we believe, makes it a lot easier, because you don't need a line in an artery, because it works off the arterioles in the fingertip.
Right. That's really cool. You don't have to know about how your arm works or exactly where to pivot or any of that stuff.
Now,
you just have to know how to set your finger down, and if you
That's
have
right.
if you have a
It's just like
biometric
this.
anything, you know how to do that.
Yes. Now, this solution that we have put together is also paired with an app.
Okay.
You don't need the app to use
Right.
it, right? But the app is super, super simple. It's for two things. One, to put your metadata in. Two is whenever this device is near your app, it'll send the data to the app, so you can see your history, and you can mail it to your doctor if you want to, whoever you want to send it to.
Yeah, so you can track progress and things like that. If you've got a medication change,
That's right.
Blood pressure medication or a blood thinner or something like that, you can make sure it's not doing a bunch
That's
of
right.
this or.
So now it's so easy to get BP with this.
You've got way too much energy for day 4. Oh, I don't know how you're pulling it off, but congratulations.
Yeah, I just hope I don't crash and burn, I was out doing karaoke last night, so I don't know how I'm still awake right now.
Yeah, I can't imagine. We went back, published some videos. The end.
All right.
Well, where are we in this? Is this in the wild? Is it coming soon?
So I tell you, man, it is so real now because, the clinical validation starts this month.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We reached out to the FDA about we were trying to get this to where we could have it as, for example, software as a medical device.
Okay.
But the FDA made it clear to us that, well, if you do that, somebody's got to have a device that does it. And there was none. So we realized we had to make our own solution. So last year when we were here at CES, we showed some prototypes of this. But this is the actual commercial-ready hardware.
Gotcha.
So now, it's real as can be. We've got to succeed in our clinical validation study and submit to the FDA. And then smooth sailing, right?
What kind of a price point are you targeting for this? Do you know yet?
We haven't worked it out yet, but I will say this. We've done a market analysis of our go-to-market, and it is a premium product, so it will be a premium price. Exactly what the price is just yet, I don't know.
Gotcha.
But one thing that's pretty cool is, once you get a clearance for this type of device, there's no reason why you can't use your HSA to go ahead and purchase.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking, that something like that. Or even a lot of the health insurance companies are looking for preventative technologies now. Finally, why it took until now is beyond me, but whatever.
Well, I do have a story for you on this.
So
it's
preventative technology. This is absolutely preventative technology.
We have hospital systems that have come to us asking to test this out. It's interesting why. So it turns out there's a reimbursement code for physicians and clinics. If they collect at least 16 blood pressure, I want to say 16 or so blood pressure readings a month.
Okay.
So if the reason Medicare reimburses this is they know if you do this, your outcomes are better. You save money long term per person's lifetime, right? So the thing is, people ain't taking the measurements.
Right, exactly.
So if you can make it easy.
It's complicated and annoying.
Right. But it's got to be accurate. So it's got to be accurate and got to be easy combined together.
It's the karaoke coming out in you today.
I think this is me every day.
Okay, good to know. So if people want more information about what you guys are up to.
Stay up to ValenCell.com. We keep things pretty fresh there and share what we're doing, and send us a note.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much for coming up and showing this off.
All right.
It really is cool. And like I said, it's the kind of thing that you've made for me. So I appreciate that.
And also, I kind of like pretending like it's alive. Hello, this is what your blood pressure should be.
Yeah, I suspect.
Do I look like a ventriloquist when I do that? Probably not. My mouth's still moving.
I would say, should I say yes? Will that help? All right. Well, thank you so much.
All right.
Really cool product.
Thanks.
Legitimately don't know how on day 4 you can have any energy, let alone that much. Oh, my goodness. Definitely a cool product. Like I said, I cannot do blood pressure. I freak out. You've seen it. You've seen me absolutely freak out. Yeah, I need something like this. She has legitimately seen me use the one. Again, it's from one of the other exhibitors here. And I panicked. It got a reading, but it wasn't a good one. And then sometimes when she takes readings, the results are a challenge. When we first got it, you getting it configured right was not easy. You know, how do you? Yeah, it's the wrist one, right? But the one from Withings that we got you, it's further down here, right? Yeah. But trying to get it into the right position, well, I mean, they're a company whose readings I would trust. And then trying to get it into the right position to get the reading, and is this the position for the arm? Is this the position for the arm? Oh, what a pain. And he did it with his finger on the table, his arm on the table. I don't know if that's the right way or not, but that was me. Phone just fell to the ground. Whatevs. I don't know if that's the right way. Like, if we were to do this in the real world, is this allowed, or are you going to have to hold it up? But with like a pulse ox, I think you're allowed to have stability. So maybe, because as we learned from somebody else this week, the sleep tracker. I'd forgotten about the little sleep tracker ring. The sleep tracker, what we learned from her is this is where the skin is the thinnest on the body. And so it's actually the place where you can get the most accurate reading for tons of stuff. This is a terrible place for this particular sensor. This would be the more appropriate place for it. But, you're walking around, you're doing stuff, massively inconvenient, so we put it in a watch. When you're sleeping, it's fine. For a temporary, 30-second thing, you can use that as well. Totally makes sense. It's a really, really interesting product. In the last couple of years, we have seen a lot of innovation in the home health space. Led off by companies like Withings, who make a whole big line of product. We've got a product review in progress right now on the Health Plus. I would look, if I hadn't thrown my phone to the ground and possibly destroyed it forever. I've got, we've been doing a product review on one of their scales, and they're really interesting. It's the second one in my possession. As you can probably tell, I've been a fan of the company for a while. They've been on the show a number of times, and I have a variety of products from them. The original scale that I had, I think it's the Body Plus is the one that I bought a couple of years ago, and the Body Comp is the one that we're doing a product review on right now. The Body Comp has all kinds of cool features to it. Through your feet, it monitors heart rate, which is interesting while you're taking your weight reading. It does body fat analysis and all kinds of measurements. Arterial age, vascular age, that's what they call it, vascular age. And I'm exactly where I should be. Sometimes I'm a little low, which is even better, but it almost always falls right where I expect it to be, which is good. It really is a cool piece of kit, and companies like that have really pushed the home health space. Gary Montague, is that his last name? With Heart Hero, the portable IED that runs on a photocell battery. All these types of things, all these companies have really started pushing the boundaries of what home health can be. It's not, the $15 thermometer in your ear from Walgreens anymore. It's, home health stuff is a huge category. And companies like this, like Withings, like Heart Hero, they're really trying to push the boundaries on what is possible. I can't wait for that Heart Hero to actually hit the market. We interviewed him the first time a couple of years ago. He's a retired military. His father or somebody had a heart attack, and a portable IED in the vicinity saved him, if I remember the story correctly. Then he realized that people don't have portable IEDs. He got lucky where he was standing that it was there and that somebody knew how to use it. And he thought, well, how about we make it more portable, more affordable, run it on a photocell battery, and have it talk you through the process, tell you where to put it, and then don't fire it off if it's not needed. A lot of the more expensive ones have that, but his has that too, which is really cool. But the idea that it comes on as soon as you pop it open, it says, all right, here's what we're doing. Take the right paddle and put it here, and it shows a little picture on the screen. This is where you're putting it. Okay, that seems about right. Now grab the left one and put it here. Yes, that seems right. Now we're going to test it. Yes, this is needed. Push the big red button. But if you push it and it's not needed, it won't fire. It's things like that. The home health and safety market really is expanding and becoming more advanced, because we have a portable IED that we went and did research on. We learned how to use it because it doesn't talk you through it. We figured out how it works, open it up, look at the parts, here's how it works, this is how, if we need it, this is how to put it together, where everything goes. But the idea that there's a screen and it talks to you and it tells you, put the right one here, put the left one here. Great idea. So yeah, I really like the home health space. It's helped me in the last year. I have used that Withings scale as part of some weight loss this year. Not this year, because this year is like an hour old, but in 2023, and almost certainly in 2024, I've gained some of it back. Although CES is unpredictable with the amount of walking we do, but yeah, I use the Withings scale to keep track of things that just weren't possible before. So that's really fantastic. You've got somebody to your left. All right, I'm pretty happy about this one. This is a company whose booth we can see from where I'm sitting. I can, in fact, one of the products they brought with me, I can sometimes see glowing from my seat under the right circumstances. So I must have approved this application and didn't realize it. That's fascinating. So sometimes I don't entirely pay attention. I recognize a name and go, that'll work. And I must have done that here. So we'll be good in just a moment. I am definitely looking forward to what's happening here because right here, I see what we're doing. We're using it for test. Yeah, I gotcha. All right. Am I good like this? Yeah. Okay. We are live right now. I'm live right now. You are not. You can set up. You let me know when you're set, and we'll be good to go. Do you need power or anything? Yeah. Oh, to plug USB in? Do we have a wall wart over there? I don't know if we do. USB A or C? A? A or C? I have a C. I just have the one. So this is the only one I got up here right now, I think. Okay. All right. I'm going to put this over there by you. All right. And you let me know when you're ready, and we will be all set. Sorry, what was that? You're good? I am good. I think I'm sitting on my cable. There we go. It happens. All right.
Perfect.
Well, we have our next guest here. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Tobias. I work in influencer marketing and content creation for the microphone brand Mono. I brought a couple of our new products, which we're hoping we'll be able to release within the next few months.
Very cool. So obviously we have a microphone and what looks like either a mixer or a sound board of some sort.
Yeah, this is our new audio interface. It's called the Monocaster G1 Neo. And the cool thing about it is you could plug a XLR cable into it. You can go out to a mobile device or a tablet or to your computer as well.
Very cool. And I see it's actually one of the hybrid plugs, right? So I can come in with a 1/4 inch as well?
Yeah, you can go in with a 1/4 inch as well. And it also supplies phantom power, so you can use condenser microphones as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's great, because that's all we use.
Yeah.
So tell me what's interesting about this. Obviously, this is a crowded market that you guys are in over the last couple of years in particular. So where does this guy fit in?
Yeah, gaming, streaming, podcasting, it's all really big right now. And there's a few features on here that I think are really beneficial to people in those fields. We have a noise reducer, which will help reduce background noise when you're recording yourself. There's a voice changer effect, which it has several different voice changing effects, which might add a little fun touch to whatever it is you're doing. Then we have a sidechain button, so you can actually have music come in through this as well. So say you're talking, you want to have a little bit of background music, you can adjust that with this fader right here, and you can hit this sidechain button right here, and that'll actually duck down the music whenever you talk. So you have the music at this level, next thing you know, you're talking, it'll duck down to make space for your voice in there.
That's really cool. And then there's an RGB button, so obviously it must light up.
Unfortunately,
we can't plug it in.
Yeah.
But it does light up.
Yeah, and you can turn the lights off so it'll be just like this, or you can have it all lit up.
Got it. Got it. And then we've got a microphone over here.
Yeah, this is a new microphone as well. This is called the PD100X, Mono PD100X. And the cool thing about this is that it is both XLR and USB. So you can either go into a mixer like this, or you can have it go straight into your computer via USB.
Very cool. And I see that there is a headphone jack on it.
Yeah, you can monitor your audio directly when you're using it in USB mode.
Okay. Does it work if I'm using it, if I've got it powered on USB but connected on XLR?
Yes, that will work, yes.
So long
I have to think about that one, yeah.
It's a weird condition, but we could theoretically power it.
Yeah, like if
what
I were
we're doing.
Exactly.
And then XLR, push it into our mixer down here, but still have the direct monitor?
Yes, exactly.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Actually, if we plugged it in headphones right now, you'd be able to hear it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool. And then obviously the last one looks like a light button.
Yes, that'll change the lights. Let me...
Okay.
Yeah.
So a number of different visual effects. Is the only control for the lights on the body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. And then we've got a volume control on top and a mute button.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly.
So we've got a cough button.
Yeah.
That's cool. So what kind of price point are we looking at on these?
Well, the final prices are still kind of up in the air, but for this, I believe I do have some general kind of what we're looking at. Yeah. So for this one, we're probably looking at around $70.
Okay, somewhere in that window.
Yeah, and then for the microphone itself, we're looking at, let me just double check this really quick, probably around $59.
Okay.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great price point. So do you know what time frame you're looking at?
We're hoping around April.
Okay.
Yeah.
So second quarter, somewhere in there.
Quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the sales channels? Are you
mostly Amazon?
Mostly Amazon?
Mostly Amazon, yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's the fourth largest search engine in the world or something like that. So it makes sense. I know this isn't all you guys have. It's what you brought, but you guys, you have a whole big line. I kept joking that when I'm sitting here, I can see this microphone almost glowing.
Yeah, our booth is right over
there.
here. Yeah.
So you got a big line of creator product, right?
Yeah, the brand itself has been around for about 7 years. So we've released a ton of products during that time. Yeah.
And one of those products.
Yeah, we're wearing them right now.
We have on right now?
Where's mine? Yeah, I have one right here. These are our new wireless mics. Yeah, they'll plug directly into your smartphone. We're going to be coming out with a Lightning version. Right now we just have the USB-C version, but when we do release it, we will have the Lightning version as well for iPhones.
Okay. For older iPhones.
Yeah, older iPhones. The new iPhones are going to be USB-C. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay. So tell me about these.
Yeah, it's going to come inside.
These are what stopped me when we were talking.
Yeah. Everyone stops to look at these because they're so compact, and you could actually even plug in, if you want to not have it up here, you could actually have it lower down and plug in a lav mic and have it going up. But it's going to come inside a case probably about this big. You're going to have the two microphones and the receiver, and you're going to just charge up the case, and the case will charge the devices.
And they fit in there with a nice magnet.
Yeah,
They clipped in real strong, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
Not everything does that. I've tested a lot of true wireless earbuds where you can do like this and they'll just fall right back out.
Yeah.
And that wasn't the case.
Yeah, you could hold it upside down.
I flipped yours upside down and they stayed in the case, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
What kind of price point are we looking at on these?
Probably also around $60.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a great price point. What's the battery life look like on these? Because obviously that's going to be an important aspect.
I want to say we're looking at an hour continuous use before you need to charge it. But personally, I haven't tested. These are so new.
Yeah.
I personally haven't even tried them out yet.
We are right now.
Except for right now, yeah.
We're trying them out right now.
Yeah.
Because I know we're being monitored from remotely on
on
exactly
over here
this.
recording us, yeah.
So we're looking at the same time frame as well?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. if people want to find out more about the company and the products that you offer, how can they do that?
Yeah, Mono.com. We're on all social media. Just search Mono. We also have our I said Mono.com. Amazon. Our products are all over Amazon.
Very cool.
We have our official store.
Well, I definitely appreciate you coming and showing this stuff off. You definitely caught my attention over there the other day. I particularly like this and its sibling. That
yeah,
was
we have a
also
larger
there.
one, yeah.
Yeah, I was really interested in those. So.
Oh, I'm glad you stopped by.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm glad you stopped by.
Oh, thanks so much.
Have a good rest of the show. We're
All right.
almost there.
Yeah, almost last day.
Yes. All right. I'll give that back to you. It's a big emerging market. This I forgot to. It's a big emerging market right now. Creator technology. We were just talking as a group the other night how it's kind of never been easier to get into this space, though that doesn't necessarily mean that what comes out is always quality. Having quality product and quality services is essential. Obviously, social media is a big place, but we always talk about our friends at Blueberry. When you're creating content, Blueberry is the way to publish. 30-day free trial, Blueberry, BLUBRRY 004. And speaking of Blueberry, in just a moment, the CEO of the company will be coming up and taking over the chair. Todd Cochran from Geek News Central is coming up here in just a minute. I will see you back at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern for our Best of CES awards. Until then, ciao.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY 004.
Hey everybody, welcome back to CES 2024. This is Day 4 coverage. My name is Todd Cochran. I'm here to the end. Well, actually, at 2 o'clock, we're going to be giving away our awards, Best of CES for 2024. So you want to stick around for that. But we got a whole bunch of guests between now and then. And if you don't know me already, I am the host of the Geek News Central podcast at geeknewscentral.com, a twice-weekly tech show every Monday and Thursday. Get subscribed to it wherever you listen to podcast. And of course, I have we're lit and live today with new podcasting apps from podcastapps.com. Grab one of those and join the Value for Value revolution. Don't forget, if you like our coverage today, there is a QR code at techpodcast.com. You can click on that and donate. A simple PayPal donation to support our effort here. Scott and I and the team would appreciate it when you donate. That helps cover cost. And hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've been pretty hot and heavy this morning. Hopefully it continues all the way through 2 o'clock. Our next guest is coming up. So looking forward to getting into the swing of things. Yesterday afternoon seemed to be AI. So we'll see what today brings. All of us are suffering just a little bit from the sniffles. Mine's under control right now. But I want to welcome John Graham Harper CEO of Lumaflex, join us today. Thank you for being with us. Hi.
Have here.
Thank you so much. So how's your show been?
Show's been great so far. This is my second CES. Certainly won't be my last. It seems to be getting bigger every year. Is that right?
Well, I think we're back to pre-COVID levels.
2.5 million square feet of exhibitor space, the largest that's ever been.
It's incredible.
Yeah. And
That's incredible.
I always tell people coming for the first time have a plan. So you get the benefit of being able to be seen after the show and during the show live. So tell me what you've got here.
So I have the Lumaflex, and this is the world's #1 portable red and infrared light therapy panel. Red and infrared light therapy, what is it? It comes from the sun. The optimal time to get our red and infrared light is at sunrise and sunset. And that's when the light is at the right length to penetrate your skin and activate the mitochondria. You as a human are made up of cells. The cell, inside the cell, is the engine of the cell, right? The powerhouse of the cell. That's called the mitochondria. And if you're giving energy to the mitochondria, the cell can do its job. So 3 mechanisms occur from being able to give energy to the mitochondria: enhanced blood circulation, anti-inflammation. Inflammation is the cause of pretty much everything bad with our bodies. And finally, increased ATP. So having a portable device, the story behind this is I was a competitive athlete. I was riddled with injuries, and my wife, she introduced me to red light therapy. Behind every great man is a great woman, right?
That's right.
And the device that she gave me was very cumbersome. It was hard to use. It was just something that it did work. After 2 weeks, I was pain-free. It was a knee injury.
Right.
But I wanted to create something that was easy to access, and athletes could use it on the go, throw it in the gym bag. So this is what I launched with, the Lumaflex Body Pro. Fully flexible silicone panel. It can mold to joints and muscles, allowing for maximum treatment. Treatment, when it comes to pain relief, the device must touch your skin. But having a device that was waterproof and also Bluetooth connected, it could match your heartbeat. I discovered that actually people didn't really care about those features because the cost was quite high. So at the CES day 1, I launched the Essential. And this is what I wanted to show you guys. So the Essential is actually a much more dumbed down version of the Lumaflex Body Pro. It's exactly the same. It just doesn't have Bluetooth capability, and it's not waterproof. And as soon as I launched it on day 1, I sold 12 on the website. So people did appreciate the Lumaflex, of what we stand for, portable red light therapy products, and they just wanted something more cost effective. So I'll turn it on.
Sure.
Let me take off the packaging. Nice, pretty packaging, by the way, yes?
Yes, indeed. Sometimes it's all about the unboxing experience.
That's right. Packaging's key, right?
Yeah.
So you long press that side button.
Wow.
There it is.
So all that then does is, with a strap, you put that on your back?
That's right. You get a long strap and a short strap when you buy it. You get, obviously, a charging cable and an instruction manual.
So, be honest with you, I don't think I've ever heard of red light technology. I've heard about all the things that moves the muscles and all kinds of different things. So,
yeah,
where does that originate, and what has been the response of your customers that have used both your products?
I mean, red and infrared light, where it comes from, I mean, it goes back to Roman times. But
right.
In our recent history, it was used by NASA scientists to grow plants, and they realized it was healing abrasions on their skin. So red light actually can help heal wounds faster on your skin. And that's where it sort of took off in the medical industry, right, where it was being used for skin.
Right.
And then that's when beauty, when it becomes, and, I'm sure you've heard of seeing the beauty masks,
yeah.
the LED masks. They're kind of big on TikTok.
Yeah.
Right? But what it does is red and infrared light, it actually naturally boosts collagen in your skin. So that's that whole anti-aging trend that's going on. It's just boosting collagen in your skin, helping you stay young.
You know, in 2004, I had a pretty bad back injury, and I've been lucky. I had surgery, had a full recovery, but every once in a while, you can just tell it's there. It's
aching.
It's there. It's not like it. Even a Tylenol or Motrin is really not going to do nothing. It's just kind of there,
Yeah.
And so. I'm sure it's inflammation.
That's right. That, like, the condition that you're talking about is actually where red and infrared light has the most prominence. Like, when people get out and they do speeches about red light therapy, doctors rave about it. It's about conditions that you have, these long-term chronic issues that people seem to think, like, from a personal story with my dad and my mom. My dad, it was his neck. My mom, it was her knees.
Right.
And they sort of this thinking like, oh, well, that's my life now. I'm going to be, I'm just going to have pain. I'm going to have to deal with it. You know, suck it up kind of thing. And it doesn't have to be like that. We don't have to use evasive means or surgery to heal
or drugs.
Diseases. Exactly. Like we can use a natural, non-invasive means of treatment. Get everyone away from pharma, because remember, the red light isn't healing you. The red light is empowering your cells to heal themselves.
Right.
Right? So it's mitochondria health that you're getting, right? If you do a massage or you take a Tylenol, it's all temporary.
Yeah.
It isn't actually fixing you. You need your cell. You need to attack the problem on a cellular level.
Although I will say certain, I had a shiatsu guy in Hawaii that just, God bless him, he really saved my life from a sciatica issue.
Sciatica.
And, knock on, I don't think this is wood, but, it's not been reoccurring. But still, this lower back pain for me personally, and everyone has something.
Yes.
So what has been the response of the customers on this?
Everybody loves the Essential. I mean, yes, it's not as cool as the Body Pro, waterproof, Bluetooth connected. And also when you buy the Body Pro, there's a detachable battery.
Yep.
So you get a spare battery. One can be charging, one can be in use. You never stop treatment. But again, people just want the treatment.
So are they using this other places besides the back?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Absolutely anywhere. Red and infrared light. So for red, I have 630 nanometers, and for infrared, I have 850 nanometers. And the LED chip that I have is a dual chip. So you're actually getting a lot of bang for your buck, because each LED has both red and infrared. A lot of devices that you see, one will be on, one will be off, one will be on, one will be off, because infrared light you can't see.
Right.
So if this was infrared, that's how it would look like.
Yep.
So I've got a dual system, and I'm hoping in the future to be able to launch actually a 4 nanometer system in one LED.
Tell me about availability and price.
So you can get it on the website. This is $399. That's the price. I have a big vision to make this the standard of care in the U.S., to where if you go to a hospital and the doctor doesn't prescribe this for you, you can actually sue him, right? Instead of giving you drugs. This is sort of my eventual goal before I die. If I could put that stamp on the world, I would really, that'd mean a lot to me. But yeah, so I'm looking to put this into most retail chains in the U.S. and make it very, very easily accessible.
Yeah, I'm very much anti-chemical, because every person is different on whatever they take. Me personally, pain pills make me a very grumpy, mean person.
It just makes it worse.
So, and sometimes I'm grumpy enough as it is, right? We don't need that to be enhanced anymore. But, so what's the website?
Website, www.lumaflex.com. We just launched the Essential day before the CES.
Okay.
Really excited about this product. It's affordable, and it's durable. It's silicone. It's going to last your entire life.
LumaFlex $399 and the Pro?
$689.
$689
Yeah,
and waterproof. For those folks that are probably athletes in the gym.
The pros, right?
The pros, yep.
I'm hoping to do a deal with some big pro teams in the future, and maybe this is the device that they'll appreciate, right? But for the mainstream masses, where I really will do damage in terms of pain relief, it will be the Essential.
All right, folks, you heard it here. You got something chronic going on? Check it out. It's worth it, and better than a prescription.
That's right.
All right, sir. Hey, thank you so much for being here. Good luck.
Absolute
Congratulations.
Pleasure. I love what you guys do, and this setup is beautiful.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, that was John Harper from LumaFlex. 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 Very cool. Sometimes we get to the show and we're just getting educated. Because I had
100%.
I had red light therapy. I don't know it. I didn't even know. So
we've had some red light therapy stuff on in the past, but very specific stuff. Like during the digital CES, we had a baseball cap with red light therapy to help regrow hair.
Well, I'm not worried about that anymore.
But this is a very different take on the concept from that.
$399. That's a big number, from that perspective. But again.
But how much does pain pills cost
for
somebody with chronic pain or arthritis?
And I've always said that we don't want to be chasing solutions, but sometimes it's just that's what you got to do. You know, you got to find something that works for you.
Yeah, the woman that was with him said that it also helps with arthritis.
Oh, so those of us that are getting a little older, the only place I have arthritis right now is in my big toe on my right foot. So
weird.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's been there for a long time. So, yeah, that's a weird place. Well, what it was, and yeah, I've talked about all this publicly before on my shows and stuff. I got gout twice. And it was when I was living in Hawaii, overindulging in, fatty foods or something. So I got a bad case of it once and a mild case of it a second time. And I haven't had it since. I don't take medication for it. But it was in that right foot. So I feel probably that inflammation that was caused by that 2 bouts of gout probably is what caused the arthritis.
Yeah, that could be.
But otherwise, knock on wood, it's just aches and pains as you get older. And for those of you that are 18 to 25 or 18 to 30, count your blessings.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to not be in that space yet.
Yeah, that's and you can still get up in the morning and be happy to get up in the morning.
Yeah, right.
And not crawl out of bed and be like, "Oh my God." All right,
Interesting.
so she came up by herself. Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to be missing somebody downstairs.
I don't know if someone had to run to the bathroom or
Yeah, could be. I'll take both jobs.
Okay. We'll get our guest up here. Looks like she's checked in. Is it Sarah? Oh, here we go. It's okay. I did the quick walk earlier too.
And I abandoned the table when Marlo showed up. So we've.
Oh, was he? Oh, that was yesterday.
Yeah. I was on air and I was like, whoop.
You got to go say hello.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm out.
Is it Annie or Sarah? Who do I have up here? Sarah, okay. Yeah, it's okay. Let's make sure we get it up this close. Okay, we're good. All right, there we go. All right, so I want to welcome Sarah Turner to the show. She's the CEO and co-founder of Thrive?
Sarah Thrive.
Sarah Thrive, okay. So tell me about your product here. I'm looking, it looks like we have some goggles, and go ahead and give me the spiel.
Okay, it's actually not goggles. This is actually a transcranial red light device. So this is just to go on the forehead.
Right.
So this is red and near infrared light.
Okay.
It's a brain health application. And then also because the gut is so important for brain health, we have a gut panel too.
Okay.
So it's a dual
I need
device
a little
system.
of that. I need a little gut health.
Everybody does. That's the thing. Gut health is so important for all kinds of chronic illness, but especially for brain health.
For brain health.
Mm-hmm.
So, a lot of people sometimes will say, oh, I'm going to stick something on my forehead. What's it going to do? So tell me exactly what the purpose and what the science behind it and all that is.
Yeah, so red light therapy is fairly well established, and usually for pain or a wound healing application.
Right.
But now there's a lot of really fascinating research that's going on in the field of brain health. And actually, near-infrared light or long-wave light will penetrate quite well through bone and get right to the surface of the brain.
Right.
And there it will help the mitochondria to produce more energy. In a nutshell. Obviously, it's a lot more complicated.
We've heard that word twice in the last half hour. So that mitochondria, did I say it right?
Mitochondria, yeah. I think it's going to be the new buzzword when people are talking about health. It's just a small organelle inside the cell where you make energy.
Right. So what was the idea behind this to make this? What has the testing? Is this a prototype or is this production, or where are you at with your product?
Yep, so this is a few years of development to get this far. I started out 5 years ago I was actually doing data collection on a different device that was a big heavy helmet that was used for a similar application, and actually I was doing a Parkinson's and dementia trial.
Okay.
And I saw for myself that it actually works. I mean, really works.
So then who is this? Is this designed for anybody, or is this someone that has a specific ailment, or someone just wants to have good brain health? Who is this targeted for?
So at the moment, because it's a fairly new field, we're still collecting data to actually get a health claim on this.
Right.
So all of these devices are sold as wellness devices.
Sure.
So they're to take people from where their brain's at to better.
Right.
So anybody who wants a better brain, wellness, memory, concentration, sleep, performance.
So talk to me about the gut belt. I guess that's the best way to say it, right?
Yeah, it's a gut panel. Again, this is red and near infrared light.
Right.
The body's very transparent to this light. You've got a big window here on the abdomen where you can get a lot of light into the body.
Right.
So we're shining it into the body, and actually studies have shown that you get an improvement in the microbiome. You've also got a lot of stuff going on in the gut, a lot of blood there. You can get the vagus nerve. So yeah, it really, the studies show if you shine light onto the brain, you have a great effect for brain health. If you shine light onto the gut, you get a good effect. You do both at the same time, you get a hugely increased effect.
So is it localized, or does it help the whole body when you use this? That's the thing I'm kind of curious about.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually a systemic effect. You know, the body is such an interconnected system.
Yep.
You can't do something to one part of the body
That's
and
right.
it doesn't affect the rest.
Yeah.
So this is a holistic approach. But of course, there is a local effect. You know, you shine light to the area, that's the area that's getting the light first.
Getting the most first.
But yeah, there's a huge systemic effect in all of these therapies in that you're raising the well-being and the health of the body generally, and that has a knock-on effect on all systems of the body.
Have you received feedback from people that have used the product already?
So I'm in prototype stage. It goes to
prototype.
full production next month. So I have a few test units out there. People report certainly an immediate effect on the gut, and then, you know, an effect on people's brain. It takes a few weeks.
I'm curious, what is the effect? What is the immediate effect they're saying on the gut? What are they actually saying that is better?
So a lot of people who I'm testing it on have got gut issues, IBS, some other things.
GERD, that type of stuff, or I don't know what IBS is.
Irritable bowel
system. Yeah. So they've seen improvement then.
So people see, they see less bloating, less pain, you know, just a general improvement in how they're...
And there's a huge prescription market for that particular ailment, which I think we were talking about in the last segment. I'd rather have something that is going to help me naturally than something that is going to help me chemically.
Yeah, and if you take a drug, you've also got a knock-on side effect of that.
Of
you're
course.
doing light therapy, not only do you get the relief from the therapy, but also you're improving your health.
Right.
You know, it's kind of a totally different model.
So you're in prototype stage. Are you looking for manufacturers? Are you ready to go to market? What's the plan here?
I'm ready to go. So I'm taking pre-orders, and I've got an order coming through. So I'm sort of there. You know, it's still, like I say, it's taken a while, but yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
So where do you think then? Where's the pricing going to come in for both these items?
So at the moment it's $999, so just under $1,000 US.
So for both the gut and the cranium.
That's right, and for an app, and in the app I have sound files, I have meditation, I have breathing exercises.
All right, so $999 all in.
All in.
All in. There you go. Where can folks find information about the product at?
So it's the company is SeraThrive.com, and it's spelled CERA. Sarah Thrive.
Sarah Thrive.
And of course all socials, and everything comes back to me, and I'm always very happy to answer questions on this.
So this is the second one for red light therapy we've seen in this morning's segment, and the last one was focused on the back. So now we have cranium and we have gut. So it sounds like you could, if you guys are really thinking about it, you could get both products, the one we talked about before and this one. So yeah, congratulations on this. Looks like a lot of work. I wish you the most success.
Thank you so much.
And have a great rest of the show, whatever's left of it, and we hope you sell a lot. We'll get this information out to our followers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It was lovely to speak to you.
Yeah, appreciate it. So Scott, there we go again.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to live forever though.
No. But still, it's just it's kind of ironic. We had two in a row.
Yeah. Interestingly, on the schedule, they weren't. They were actually gapped.
Yeah.
But she came a little early, from what I can see.
Oh,
and it just so happened that they ended up back to back.
We didn't plan it, folks. We promise. We really.
Sometimes I do try to plan it. It's why we ask for multiple time slot options, so I can try and build a thing. But I didn't in this case.
Yeah.
This was purely accidental because it's not even how we put it together.
Right.
It was simply a nice coincidence.
That's right. All right, so our next guest is here. It's Annie Gladane. I hope I pronounced your last name correctly. She's a dancer and content creator, and she's here representing Hoem. Is that the correct way to pronounce the company's name?
Yes.
You know, I have a team member that fell in love with your product, and he actually purchased one of your products out of your booth yesterday. So he was downstairs playing with it for, what, an hour. Then he took it out.
At least.
Yeah, then took it out on the floor. And before we get started, all I'm going to say is both Scott and I have all kinds of stabilizers at our homes or in our studios. And we have the biggest pain. They're so hard to set up. They're so hard to get balanced. So I saw him get everything up in balance within like 15 minutes yesterday. I was blown away. So talk about your product here, and let's get into that a little bit.
So the one I have taken with me today is the smartphone gimbal. It's called the iSteady M6. And the reason I chose this one is because that's the one I actually use myself because I shoot all my content on my phone.
Okay.
And it is extremely simple to use because you just need one adjustment to balance before you can turn it on. So
and I think that's the key too, because some of them you got to balance 2 or 3 different places and get the weight right and all that stuff. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, someone turned on the AI. We'll stop it for now.
Oh, it has an AI tracker, huh?
So yeah, up top it has an AI tracker. That is our main selling point because it's a new thing and a lot of companies don't do that yet. And that's also very simple to use because all you do is show an OK sign and it starts tracking your face and all of your movements.
It immediately...
You can go up and down and everywhere. And you stop it by just showing the palm until it goes red.
So you show it the A-OK sign and then the palm to stop, and then it becomes a normal stabilized, normal stabilizer. Very, very cool. Yeah. So I'm looking at the front of this, and obviously you've got the ability to move it up and down, get your shot preset. Has a record function. Now, does that kick to Bluetooth to the phone? Is that what that does?
You have an app that you can connect to it, and then you can also do zoom-ins and zoom-outs.
Okay.
But personally, I like the fact that most of the functions work without an app because I hate downloading apps.
Right.
So I always look for gadgets that don't need any extra installments.
Because you're just going to record with your phone. You just want to use this in its raw form, not need the app to do it.
Exactly.
But if you want to do the app, I'm assuming, does the app have the ability, if you want to go live, does it have a live streaming function or just control the gimbal and stuff?
I personally have no experience with live streaming, so that's not something that I would talk about.
Yeah, but you could do
I'm
it.
here to talk about what I use personally.
Right.
They have trusted me with this.
Yeah. So also on the side, I see there is says number 3. What is was that just the power on?
Oh, 3, yeah, this is the button to power on.
To power on. Okay, I see. I got you.
You just hold it and you turn it on. And if you want to just check the battery levels when it's off, then you click it once.
I got you.
So another cool feature that I like to talk about, first of all, it's extremely sturdy. From
Right.
all the smartphone gimbals, this is probably going to be the best in the market. And a lot of gimbals, what they have a problem with is when you use the extra wide zoom, you can often see this.
Okay.
So how they have fixed it is they have multiple functions for this shutter button. And if you press it 4 times, it's going to swap around.
Oh.
So you can use the zoom lens to its fullest.
Did you all see that? Did you all see what she just did?
Wow.
She put the aspect from top to bottom.
Yes.
Do that again. Oh, very interesting.
And also, for example, if you're shooting something one way, and you suddenly want to show your portrait and continue talking, you press it only 3 times. And it switches straight to you.
Okay. So you don't have to push a button to make it flip around. It just certain clicks.
And it also has an inbuilt light in the AI. So there's a little roller right here.
Uh-huh.
And if you hold it, it's going to switch on the light.
Okay.
There's many different functions. You can dim it and light it. You click it once, you can change the temperature of it,
Okay.
so it's bicolor.
Nice.
And if you press it 3 times, it also has full RGB with the spectrum of the rainbow, as I call it.
All right, nice. So, when the company came up with the design, and I know that you have a full line of stabilizers over there, and you're using it obviously with a phone, but Chris, our partner here, he bought for his camera.
Yeah.
What are the multiple versions of this? Have you got them for action cams? Have you got them? What's the full length of?
So there is a more powerful than this one. It's called the MT2, and that works for. It has 4 different adjustments that you can add onto the base plate, and that can work for all. It has a phone, it has a action camera insert, and it has a mirrorless camera insert. And the cool thing about it is that everything is included in the kit, so you don't need to buy any extra accessories when you buy it.
That's nice. What's the retail on this?
The retail on this is $209 on Amazon.
209 or 299?
209.
209.
Yes.
209. That's a deal. That's a great price.
It is.
for this. Wow, 209. I'm actually kind of surprised. Yeah, that's a great competitive price for the features that it has. You have something else with this too. What do you have for?
I think you might even be more surprised about this.
Oh, I
This
bet
is
I
the
know what this
newest-
is.
This is our CES release. It is a portable microphone.
Yep.
And our selling point is the fact that it doesn't need any extra wires to put it on your phone. So I'm just going to slide my phone over here.
Yep.
I'm going to put it in. And it's going to switch on. And as soon as I take out one of these microphones,
Yep.
you're going to see the light on which channel it is connected to. And
Uh,
right away, it's working as your phone's microphone.
Yep.
So you don't need any Bluetooth connections. You don't need to start recording to be able to check the sound.
Right.
To check your voice, you just plug in an audio jack, and you can lively check what the noise level is, because you can adjust it so it doesn't sound blown out.
And I think the thing I like about this is you probably have this for both iPhone and Android.
Yes.
So you just pick your poison on what you want.
Well, soon enough, it's going to be just the Android plug.
That's true. So we won't have to buy, two.
Yeah.
So these are become very, very popular. I have 2 different remote wireless mics like this from different manufacturers. What is the retail on that going to be? So go ahead and hit me with that number.
Any guesses?
I'm going to say, based on this being 209, I'm going to say this is also 209.
Not even close. So the one for the iPhone is $119 for the 2 mics. And the one for Type-C is $109.
You know, that's fantastic.
And that's not even all the features, because when it's connected to your phone, if you press the on and off button, it's going to work as a shutter control. And there's 3 levels of noise cancellation. And it also has a micro SD slot.
So you can record right on the
So
device.
right here you can record it, and you can also, just in case, have a backup of the audio. And this can be an independent recording device.
Right. They've just that blows me away of what they've done with this, because that for sure is cheaper than anybody that I have known that has any type of. That's a great price.
And it also has a little furry friend
Oh.
to protect you from wind.
So does the furry friend? How does the furry friend connect? Because I get driven crazy by.
Just on.
See,
Slides on with a little cap.
See there, much easier than having to find the. All right, perfect. Great price. All right, so tell me, where can people find this product?
On Amazon. They
On
ship
Amazon.
globally.
And do they have a website? It's Hohem, Hohem. Did I pronounce the company's name correct?
Yes.
So if you want to go look at the full lineup, do you guys have an Amazon store as well?
There is an Amazon store, and there's also their own website.
Okay.
So you can actually order it directly from them.
Hohem.com?
Yes.
As creators, we're always looking to downsize.
It doesn't get simpler than that.
No, and here's the beauty about this too. You don't need the stabilizer. You can just buy this product alone and have the ability just to do a quick interview. And it's got you didn't say it, but there's 2 microphones, one for a guest, one for you.
Yes.
So
You can also get a set of just one if you're an individual creator.
yeah, but don't do that. Get the one for 2 because there's always going to be that time you're going to clip onto someone else, you're hanging out or whatever. Very, very smart. Good job to the company, and congratulations for your partnership with them.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. I'm now I'm kind of understanding why, like Chris.
Yeah, I get it.
The microphone piece. I'm going back to their booth after the show.
So here's my thing with these. I have to hear a microphone.
Yeah, and they have the.
So yeah, because I did an interview a little while ago with our neighbors right over here. $69 for a pair. I had it on the whole interview, but I never got to hear the output. So I have no idea how it sounds. Right? I got to hear it.
So someone had something similar but a different.
Yeah. I mean, similar, but not the same for sure.
Right.
There's a lot more going on here.
Yeah, and you'd be able to record right on the USB or the
yeah, they didn't have
micro
that
SD.
for sure.
Wow, I'm pretty. I don't need the stabilizer, but I want the little recording stack because just to take that with the iPhone, it makes it simple. Really, really simple. Wow. Because the phones are getting pretty good from a stabilization standpoint, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. But, like, the thing that we watched with Chris yesterday was, so the place I saw, normally, not this year, because this year's weird, and we had something happen yesterday.
Right.
Was, hold on. I'm going to undo this so your timer goes away.
It's okay.
So every year I usually go over to the Monster Illuminescence booth, right? And it's a big booth, and we set up the tripod, we close off half the booth, and Jennifer and I do a 15 or 20-minute thing. We walk from one side to the other.
Right.
And Michelle has to loosen the tripod and pan, and we know how that works.
Yep.
No matter how good you are with a consumer tripod.
Yep.
What I watched was him start on one side of our stand and walk to the other, and it followed him smoothly. That's the benefit. That's the thing that I want. I want Michelle to not have to worry about it.
Put it on the tripod, and it just tracked with him.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
because they have
a tripod.
Yeah.
That was awesome, and it did it with the same model camera that I have.
Right.
So.
And if they have that bigger model with all the interconnections, you're not just getting the phone.
Mm-hmm.
You can get the I might have to go over there and buy one.
I get it. I didn't get it in the moment. I'm like, another gimbal?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I know how many gimbals he has.
Yeah.
It's unhealthy.
Right.
I also know how many he doesn't use.
That's right.
All of them.
I've got, matter of fact, I was digging some stuff out for this show, and I was like, oh, there's a gimbal. I should try to put that on eBay and sell it because and it has almost no hours. And the reason because of it is I have challenges balancing the stupid thing, and getting something balanced is always the challenge.
Yeah, for sure. We have a lot.
All right, our guest is back.
Excellent.
Outstanding. Don't worry. We'll put this right up here. Oh, I know what this is. Another product I might want. All right, I want to welcome Anastasia Romanov.
Romanova.
I'm sorry.
No, that's great.
You're founder and CEO of Mosquito, and that's it was not spelt like a regular mosquito, but we'll give you the details at the end. Obviously, you have a mosquito trap.
Yes, we do. Actually, this is our second product in line, and we released it here at CES 2024 this year. Before that, in 2020, we released our commercial product. So that was a great place for launch for us. So we are back now with the new consumer model. After really great results of our previous model on the market.
So I think I remember seeing your commercial model, and does this one have a suction fan that pulls them down, or tell me about how does it work?
Yeah, actually, we are designing our products for being ecological products for pest insect control.
Yeah.
And we focus first of all on mosquitoes. And how we do this, we imitate human body. So we imitate how we smell, our imitation of breathing, temperature of the skin, as well as special waves of light that we augment with our proprietary software. This all makes female mosquitoes who are looking for the blood efficiently be attracted to them, and then we suck efficiently inside, and then they dry out.
Yeah, so they're looking for CO2, certain type of moisture. Yeah, there's certain things that attract mosquitoes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've always said there's can be times I'll be in a swarm of mosquitoes and they won't bite me. So I'm kind of one of those lucky persons that doesn't attract too many mosquitoes. But on the other hand, sometimes it flips a switch and they go after me. So it must be something, soap or whatever goes. So I'm excited about this because I saw your in-yard unit before. Where is this designed to go? Is it on a picnic table? Where are we going to place this? How much of an area is it going to cover?
Yeah, actually, our customers have seen our yard product in hotels, in restaurants, in expo venues, and they've been keep asking us if you will design something for my balcony, for my small backyard, and that's why we got to a Mosquito Mini solution that will be best for smaller type of areas. So we do not specifically put it as a picnic type. It is plug-in solution, but definitely you can do that. And we heard a lot from customers during the CES that they usually are well prepared.
Right.
So yeah, and it's gonna our commercial product. It covers up to 2 acres, and this Mosquito Mini, we already tested and proved that it works 4 times more efficient than any other solutions on the area of half an acre. But I believe that we will claim up to 1 acre as well with this one.
So I will take this with my external power pack and take it camping with me.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, so typically, though, you'll want to have this running before, I'm assuming. What is the reaction time? How long does it run before you start seeing accumulation of mosquitoes?
Yeah, actually, we usually ask people to run it 24/7 so that we can keep female mosquitoes who live in this area be attracted there.
Yeah.
So we can see definitely first results from a couple of hours because they do. But with the grant version, we always look for 3 weeks. It's just like to clean the territory when we give this efficiency of 93% of decrease of population.
Right.
So this more like situative solution, so that you just plug it in, and what we do, we generate traffic to mosquito rather than to humans.
Yeah.
So that's the main functionality of the mini product.
I'm excited about this in a big way, and there's fear I'll say at some CESs I find 1, 2, 3, 4 things I may want to buy, and now this is definitely going on my list. So are you in prototype version? Are you ready to launch on this, or when's this going to be available?
Yeah, we are now in prototype version, and we already tested it in a couple of scientific tests. That results came from those tests, and we are going to launch on the market by August 2024. So yeah.
Summer will be halfway through, but once you get it, it's good forever. Do you have an idea what it's going to retail for at this point?
Yes, we are planning to get it on the market for $149. Yeah.
$149. That makes me very happy. I was worried you were going to say $299 or something, but $149. That's a sweet spot. I spend more than that on those candle stinky things that you run, and So this is a one-time buy, $149. And the mosquitoes then, is there going to be a bag underneath that they're going to capture, or they just drop on the ground?
No, actually, this space here, we have our box where they are collected, and
Okay.
then with the button, just you press it,
And then pop it out.
Similar to like vacuum cleaners, you will just get rid of them. So it's very user friendly. So you shouldn't touch anything actually, and yeah. So we designed it specifically based on how it will be good for the users.
What if it gets rained on?
Oh, we of course put this in attention, and initially our products for outdoors with a grant unit, and this one we also took into consideration that some people want also indoor usage.
Yeah.
So we also have 2 modes in this version. So potentially you can also put it, switch the mode for more silent, and you get it work at home environment as well.
$149 coming in August. MOSQITTER.com.
Yes, and also we recently released our online shop where you can buy our mosquito grant right now already. It is shop.mosquito.com, similar, and we have 20% discount for CES attendees.
So just remind us, what does the commercial version of this cost? It's quite expensive, if I remember.
It is $2,000.
$2,000, yeah.
But it's worth it.
Yeah,
We
and
really.
and like I said, some people are buying these, and it'll clear an acre or 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
so-
We among recent users, we got it installed in G20 Summit in Delhi, where all the presidents met. So 20 units were operating.
Wow.
And yeah, so
20 units.
Yeah, 20 units. And really, there are more and more use cases on large territories where mosquitoes are installed, and users say that it's worth that money.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for being
Thank
with
you.
me. Congratulations on this product.
Thank you so
Beautiful.
much.
Beautiful.
Happy to be here with you again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a-
$149. And the commercial unit that they showed off last year, I was, the price tag is expensive. But again, if you are in an area where you've got lots of mosquitoes and you're trying to enjoy yourself and they're just driving you crazy, and you're going to spend more than that to basically enclose your patio with screening. And that's not even going to get them as well. Those little suckers, they can find their way around almost anything and get in no matter what you do to keep them out. You're spraying, running lights. It's just, man, take this, combine this unit with a bug zapper. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A bug zapper and this working in combination. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. $149. Yeah, the only thing that's available right now is the commercial version. That's $2,000 that you can get for $1,800. So, very, very cool. All right, the guests are kind of continuing to rolling in here. Hey, as a reminder, for those of you that don't know, there is a whole new lineup of great podcast apps with modern technology. We want you to be using a modern podcast app by going over to podcastapps.com. Grab one of those modern podcast apps. It's got all kinds of features that are being introduced in what we call the Podcasting 2.0 evolution. Podcasting is changing. The apps are changing and getting more interactive. You can support your favorite creator, favorite podcaster with micropayments. A great way to do that is through something called a boost, where you can send a boost and a message along with a small micro donation, or large if you want to do that. Also, of course, we still consider the ability for you to contribute to the show via normal, what I call fiat funding. So feel free to go over to techpodcast.com, hit that QR code on the website, and support us here. We definitely appreciate it. Next up is Daga. Is that correct? Daga?
It's DOA. The G is
Doa.
silent.
Okay,
Yeah.
Doa. Oh, you're going to have to tell. I'm going to destroy it. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Doa. I'm from Turkey. I'm one of the co-founders of Meditech Labs. We're a health tech startup that focuses on reducing the documentation and paperwork burden for healthcare professionals.
I'm not in the healthcare field, but you just see when you go to the doctor, they're just typing.
exactly.
You know, they do your consultation and they turn to their computer and then they just type for 10 minutes.
Yeah. As a patient, it's, I wouldn't say user experience, customer experience, but it is in a way like that. When you're sick, when you have a problem, you do want the doctor or the caregiver to really focus on you, look you in the eyes, and understand with empathy what's wrong with you, what you want out of the consultation.
Mm-hmm. So in your company's regard, what are you doing to help that interaction? Then tell me what you're doing.
Okay. What we do is we have an AI application that listens to doctor-patient dialogues. We don't keep voice recording, we just convert it to text. And in that text, we analyze it and we gather clinically important information like patient's complaints, family history, medications that they use, and etc. And then we create this into a report format for the doctor. And this data is sent directly to the doctor's hospital health record system. So by the end of the consultation, he or she has the full report readily available in his computer.
You know what's interesting is I go to the doctor's office if I have a new doctor, or if you're in a primary care where you don't actually have a primary care provider, you see a different doctor every time.
Yeah.
You know, the same thing. It's like I already put all my family history already in the system.
Yeah.
But again, they have to go read it. So the doctors don't do it and say, okay, you know, what do you guys have? Heart disease, you have diabetes, you know, they run through the list of, you know, what the family history is, and you've already provided it. Do you guys do a cross-check then on basically the stuff that patients have submitted themselves?
Yeah, we do. Actually, we want to create a space where when you tell a doctor what's wrong with you, everybody in that hospital could also know that, access that under your consent, of course. So we don't want you to lose time. We don't want the doctor to lose time, because we're in 2024, you know. We talk about amazing technologies here, but health tech or health services isn't there yet. That's, I think, something to think about.
So with AI, you know, it's not perfect yet. It still runs home to mama once in a while and does something weird. So when you get done with the AI collects the conversation, the doctor then I'm sure has to review and approve everything that the AI collected.
Yeah, the doctor has to do that, and it's completely editable. So if he wants to omit something, he or she can add something. That's also possible. We just want to save time, because in the US, approximately 60% of the time in consultations, the doctor is looking at the computer screen. That's a lot.
It's a lot. So what has been the response? Have you done customer testing with this yet?
Just as we get back in the third week of January, we're starting a pilot program in Europe's biggest, most digitalized hospital. So that's going to be both a challenge and amazing opportunity. And in March, we're doing an English pilot. The first one was in Turkish. The second one will be in English, and it will be in Saudi Arabia, their biggest hospital group.
Sounds to me like what you have done then is probably modeled the AI based upon. Do you set it up for each hospital, because each hospital has their own forms and own? So do you kind of match that on a customer basis?
Great question. What we match actually isn't the hospital. Of course, if the doctor has specific requirements, we do match that. But we match the EHR, the electronic health record system. So we integrate with them, so the doctor doesn't even have to use another application. He just has it on the screen.
It's on the screen automatically. All right. So if a company that is a healthcare provider here in the United States or a group is looking to check out your technology, where can they find you?
They should go to www.meditechlabs.ai. They can book a demo there, and we would love to help anyone out. We can help you with the documentation, the paperwork burden, and reduce your administrative costs. That's also important for hospitals.
Yeah, and get everything documented, because oftentimes I've came back and they said, well, we talked about it in the last consultation. You didn't put it in the computer.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're busy. They're busy, so they're typing away quick, and how can they recall everything that happened during the conversation completely?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is good.
Thank you so much.
So outstanding. All right, Meta, M-E-D-I, techlabs.ai. And Doa, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate it. And good luck with your trials.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a good one.
Yep, thank you. You know, I think we're going to see more and more AI. I love the back of her shelf. It says, type less, care more. Did you see the back of her T-shirt?
Yeah. It sounds like a really great thing because I agree with everything you were saying. They don't get it all, but they're busy. How many
They're
appointments do
busy.
they have every single day?
You know, you sit in a room, you're waiting for the doctor to show up. He gets in, he pops the screen up, he reads, okay, tell me what's going on. You know, checks your lungs, taps on your toes, you know, whatever he's going to do.
Yep.
You know, and, you know, so the, you know, the doctor-patient interaction time usually, you know, in most cases it could be 5-10 minutes is as much time as you get with a doc.
Very true.
You know, because the staff, the nursing staff and so forth, got you on, got your weight, got your blood pressure, respiration, you know. Exactly. And sometimes I'm in the doctor's office, it seems like they want to, you know, whatever I'm there specifically for, well, we can talk about that. Then we talk about a whole bunch of other stuff too. So it's like, I'm here to get this fixed, you know, but
right.
Some stuff that leads to that may be part of that conversation. But, you know, don't we all hate going to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
We don't go to the doctor until we have to, right? That's why so many men die. We refuse to go to the doctor.
Yeah, I have that syndrome as well. And I'm not afraid of doctors. I don't.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up with a really good nurse as a mom, so maybe I think I know too much because she, you know, went to school. I was a little kid, but
well,
I just don't make the time to go, and my whole family yells at me.
You know, and I think now. You know, I think we're all Googling our symptoms. You know, we're all guilty of it, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, I think I got this. You know, and you go in there and the doctor's like, and I'm sure they hear every time, well, maybe this is the problem. And I'm sure they 90% of the time roll their eyes.
Oh, they absolutely do. They hate that part of
because,
Google and WebMD.
Yeah, because you've been on there looking at your symptoms, you know.
Especially the younger kids, like the millennials and below. They're dying every other week because you look up your symptoms and it could be anything from just a stomach ache to you're dying tomorrow.
If my grandmother on my dad's side was still alive, she was the atypical hypochondriac. There was always something wrong.
Oh, that's funny.
And you know, I got a little pain here, and you know, gotta go see the doctor. And it's just like, but you know, also too, to be fair. A lot of times when people are older, they're lonely, and going to the doctor is a social experience.
That's a really good point.
So it's the only time they get to interact with someone, and their doctor's a friend, and they trust them. And
it's kind of therapeutic, too, I guess.
Well, and this is why I think there's been studies done. Don't quote me on this, but it's almost there shows this inclination in doctor visits as people get older, and it's not necessarily because they need to go, but they go on the smallest of problems because they're going to have that social interaction.
Right.
Especially if they're missing a spouse or, you know, whatever it may be. So,
True.
Yeah.
And when you mention the littlest of things, one thing, again, that I've noticed about the younger crowd with their children, and they go to the emergency room, like, constantly.
Right.
Like, they don't just go to the doctor or even urgent care. They're like, oh, his ear hurts, let's go to the emergency room.
Yeah.
And that blows me away because to me, emergency room is like something big. There's an appendage missing. You've had a heart attack.
You know, urgent care in most instances will be able to help them unless your baby is like turning blue or something. You know,
104
you know, but you know, typical. What is it in kids? Ear infections. You know, it's just. You know, I raised 4, so.
I've only got the one, but yeah.
But you know, it's. Yeah, but I understand. It's like my daughter. She's has a newborn, and Dad can explain everything that, you know, he can give advice, but you know, that advice is.
That's right. They gotta live it. I guess we did too.
They gotta live it. You know. But you know, it is kind of nice once in a while to say, "Hey, that thing you told me was kind of right." You know, you don't want to say, "Oh, I told you so."
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to.
You
don't want to do that.
But
You're like, "Oh, good. I'm glad that helped you."
Yeah, you get that twinkle in your eye, though, right?
Yeah. Yep, you do. Yeah. Oh, that's true. It's absolutely true. The older your kids get, the smarter the parents get. I wonder if that runs the case for most cases. That's
I bet a lot of them, yeah.
yeah, especially that transition from 13 to 25.
Yes.
And they hit 25, then they start going, oh, that's what you were talking about. Oh. Oh, it's funny. Well, Amazon was nice to me yesterday.
Yeah, did they?
I told them I shipped to the wrong location, and they still refunded it.
They did. And
So I didn't think I was going to get a refund. Because, I didn't want to lie to them because I'm going to order another one and ship it to another address, right?
Yeah, I'd have done the same thing, I'd have been honest.
And they still gave me a refund. I was pretty shocked on that one.
That is really cool.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
So most companies say, well, that's how you're tough luck. You sent it to the wrong location. That's your fault. So, when I was walking around this morning at 9:30, I was concerned because some of the booths were not even occupied.
That's what Chris was telling me too.
But I think what happened was everyone partied kind of hard, must have partied hard last night. So by 10:30, all the booths were up and running that I thought had basically bailed. I went over and had a pretty long discussion with the Anchor team.
Okay.
And I had participated in their Kickstarter to buy one of those portable refrigerator freezers. And they had a recall on the battery. So I was just saying, hey, when am I going to get my replacement battery? And I responded to the recall late. So I'm on the tail end of getting a replacement. So they couldn't look me up, but they took my card. So that's sometimes kind of cool, too, when you come here to CES and you have an issue that you've been working with a company, and it's, they've been good about it, but it's kind of like, oh, yeah, let's look and see if we can help you out. It's just, get a little extra, for a better word, a little extra TLC. I guess that's,
care.
Yeah, just a little more. So, but I think, too, it's interacting with companies directly here has given us the ability to provide feedback, like the gal that came up here at the Mosquito. They probably heard it from 1,000 people, but I was like, oh, man, I want one of those for a small one for my home. And obviously they went back and took that input over the last year, and here they showed up with new product. Now, I'm not saying that but we added to that conversation. So that's the beauty about this event, too, because I was in a booth Wednesday, and device did a certain functions. I was like, boy, that would be really cool if that was tied into Slack. And he's like, you can kind of almost see the ding ding light comes on.
Right.
And it just takes, because that's what we're doing. We're providing feedback here on product. He's like, oh, this is cool, but I wish it would also do that. And I even find that with my own business is that oftentimes we are so scope locked on something, and then someone comes out and says, well, how come you didn't do this too? And we're like, oh, yeah, we should have. That was dumb. You're almost like, how did we miss that?
Right.
So I think getting product feedback from companies and, people coming up and showing their stuff off, like this gal with the cranial red light and the gut thing. Those products are expensive, $9.99, and the other guy was $3.99. So, it's almost like to spend that kind of money, I have to have, I want to hear testimonials from customers, real customers.
Agreed.
Not your beta testers, because it's like, all right, is this thing just going to end up being collecting dust? And I think that's what a lot of people get concerned about, too, is, okay, is this a gimmick? Is this real? Is it going to help me? And it's like, I asked her I don't think she had very many beta testers. It didn't sound like that, because I asked what kind of feedback you're getting, and I didn't hear her say, she really didn't come back with a lot of affirmative information. So it is what it is. All right, so we've got about an hour and a half left here before we go into our awards ceremony. I just got a text from my mom. I changed my flight to fly home on Sunday. She says, we already had snow on the ground, but the new amount of snow is not too heavy. So in southern Michigan right now, Friday afternoon, not a lot of snow yet. So
That's good.
yeah, but O'Hare, the question is, what will O'Hare get?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. He hasn't popped up for me yet. Let's see.
Is this Argos, maybe?
Yes, I believe so.
Ah, okay, good. So it looks like he's unpackaging his, getting his iPad ready. Some sort of a robot. Oh, he's getting a little, yeah, he's getting things set up, so.
I got a brother in Kansas City. He said they had a blizzard.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, this should be cool. I don't know what we're doing here, but what he has, but it
looks
looks cool. Yeah, let's. I think the front is. Oh, it's that way. Yep. It's a cool robot, no matter what. Oh, there you go. All right. I want to welcome, and I apologize if I is it Schwan Kun?
Sewon
Kun? Sewon Kwan
Yes,
from
Kwan.
From Argos Vision?
Yes, correct. Argos Vision.
All right. So the robot's cool, but I think the thing on top is even cooler. Tell me what you guys are doing here at CES.
Actually, we are developing ultra-wide 3D vision sensor for robotics and mobility. And the biggest feature of our vision sensor is that we have an ultra-wide field of view, so it can cover 240 degrees horizontally and vertically 160 degrees.
So that's very, very wide.
So as you can see in this one, I have to show in here. So basically, our camera can create a depth map. Depth map means that these two fisheye lens can, using stereo match, they calculate the distance from object to the camera.
Right. Go ahead.
And so this object to the camera, so we call it depth map. And based on this calculated the distance information, we can create a point cloud. Point cloud means that it can understand the surrounding environment, so that it can support the autonomous driving of the robotics and mobilities.
So this is going to go into
Robots
and cars potentially.
Potentially it's possible, but currently we are looking forward to the robotics.
The robotics
and mobility, like a wheelchair and the personal mobilities.
Right.
Yes, all of things.
So then you would suspect once this technology gets transferred into, let's just say, a wheelchair.
Okay.
Then you're going to have some sort of module similar to this, maybe not exactly this.
Actually, we have advanced module for the wheelchair.
Wow.
But currently, this version is a developer kit for the developers who want to take our technology into their robot. So it's for the evaluation and testing kit.
Right.
Testing kits, yes.
So here at CES, then, you're probably looking for partners, looking for people that are wanted to deploy this technology within their products. So you're looking for integration partners here?
Yes, firstly, we are trying to find a partner, as you say. And the second thing, we want to marketing our new product is a developer kit and the DAR, which is the camera module for this. This will be more advanced version, too easy to install for robotics and mobilities.
So what is this something that's unique for you? You know, you guys obviously have developed this. Is this something unique for this particular space in using this type of fisheye looking at and do this mapping? Is this unique?
Actually, the biggest feature is the ultra wide
The ultra wide.
Yes, so it can cover 240 degrees. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah.
Such as our one of our competitors, the other sensors like camera, a depth camera, and lidars. For example, lidars have a very limited field of view for its vertical, very limited. So
Right.
So it needs another depth cameras to cover its limited field of view.
Yeah, so just so everyone's clear, we're talking about depth of view this way.
Yes.
And depth of view up and down as well. So if you think about it, you ever went to the optometrist and he says, "Can you see my finger?" Right? And you get that test, and how far back can I still see my fingers? Well, this can see 240 degrees. So if we think about 120 degrees off axis from center, that's huge.
Yes, that's huge. That's why we can say that the LiDAR require the other sensor, and it increase the R&D cost, and it can make it more complex for this processor. So we can replace LiDAR and the other sensor in one time, one module.
So 90 degrees plus 30, and then and then what is the side? Obviously, there's going to be some masking.
Yes.
A little bit, but if you're actually rolling up, you've already built that other. You know what was there before, so you can use that in the model as well.
Oh.
Yeah. Very, very cool. So then you're primarily looking for partners for this. How's the response been here at CES?
Well, CES, we are talking with a lot of the robotic companies, and the LVCC and the LVC Nurse and the AI robotics. We got some partners and some of the future companies and some of the the baby helping machine like that.
Right.
We got a new partner, and we will be more familiar with that. And actually, we have a partner in Korea too. So
outstanding.
Yes.
So, and ultimately, the goal will be is this technology, this demo will this development kit will transfer into robotic mobile devices.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
So we are specialized for the robotics because basically our developer kit is developed based on the ROS format. So it will send the ROS topic. ROS means the robot OS. It is a specialized for the robotic. And even you can connect Ethernet connection through this LAN cable, and there's a lot of USB channel and the USB and the other interface also possible. And inside got the AI processor, so then run the AI so that they can detect people, the pose, and their all of the face and their danger zones, all of this.
What kind of a processor are you running in this?
Inside got a NVIDIA Xavier NX currently, but we will upgrade our processor soon. So inside got also NVIDIA Jetson series here.
All right, awesome. Well, where can people find more information about this? Go to Argos Vision.
Yeah, basically you can search www.argosvision.com. That's easy.
Argosvision.com. ARGOS Vision.com.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming and showing this. Very, very exciting on what you're doing, and best of luck in finding partners and getting this into the commercial market.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really enjoyed this show.
Yeah, thank you thanks for coming.
Okay, thank you very much.
Outstanding. So that's one thing you got to remember about CES. Sometimes it's not actually a physical product. It is people that are looking for integrators and looking for partners to take the technology that they've developed and move it into, like you said, wheelchairs or some other type of robotic stuff. It's not going to be too long. We'll be walking along, and our belts are going to prevent us from stumbling into stuff. It's our belts are going to buzz, or our purses are going to buzz and say, "Hey, there's watch out for the watch out for the crack in the street or something." So.
Well, they're already developing that type of technology for blind people.
That's right.
Like headsets they can wear, so they don't have to have a guide dog or, So that'll be nice when it's for us too.
That's right. And this stuff is, and you can tell, obviously a very smart dude.
Yes.
And when you get the folks that are the super geeks, I love the super geeks, because he's probably spent half his lifetime just working on that. And you think about, of course, I've spent half my lifetime working in podcasting too. So it's like we all have our little niches, that we work in. So, all right, very, very cool. All right. I think Michelle's dying over here.
Oh my gosh, sorry about that. It is so dry here.
I know.
How do you still have your voice?
I bought a case of water. I have it in the car. So every night before I go up to the hotel room, I grab like 4 or 5 bottles. And then here, I try to drink 2 or 3 bottles a day.
I've been doing that too, and the hot tea with honey and lemon. And I got a bunch of cough drops. Thank you, Chris Jordan.
Knock on wood. The voice is still here. It's not gone yet. But you've been talking a lot more than me. You've been down talking with the guests that have arrived, and you're up here. And so, I haven't used my voice as much as you two have. So, all right. Well, the show floor is, I actually think the traffic is remarkable for a Friday.
Yeah, let me show that back
if we look at, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen. This is remarkable traffic for a Friday.
I agree with you. Even though it might look a little bit light to our viewers, Fridays are normally dead.
It's normally dead, and I'm looking, probably more areas that the camera can't see, but it's great traffic for a Friday. We'll see as the afternoon goes on how it goes, but yeah, I'm pretty surprised, quite honestly. So. Yeah, and this morning it started off a little slow, but by 10:30 it was flowing real well. You can see some of the staff though. Some of the staff and some of the booths are looking. I wouldn't call it haggard, but come 4 o'clock, I'm sure they're going to be happy to pull the plug. These shows are hard to work. If you're staff in a booth, and your booth is even semi busy, you are. And here's the thing. Someone walks in the booth, what do you have? And you have to give the pitch again and again.
Over and over.
And again and again and again.
And your feet are killing you.
And what the shows I go to is what I do with my team in the morning. I say, okay, let's remember to go over the talking points because we start doing this. We start squeezing the talking points down shorter so that our 60-second spiel becomes 40, 30. And, we have to kind of reset ourselves. Okay, remember, here's the talking points again so that we give every customer that's coming to the booth the same treatment as we gave the very first one that arrived. It's hard. It's hard. And I remember a few years ago at NAB, they had a guy that was doing about a 2-minute spiel. And he was repeating that 2-minute spiel like every 5 minutes. And I'm thinking, that poor guy is probably dreams.
I was just going to say, he probably doesn't get any sleep at all because he's still running it through his head.
Or when he is sleeping, he's dreaming about standing on a stage and saying the same thing again and again and again and again. Because, it's the way the show moves is you could literally have a fresh crowd at your booth every 60 seconds. So... maybe not quite that fast, but
sometimes.
Yeah, some of these booths, absolutely. It's just like me this morning. I walked over to Charge, and they have a really cool USB-C charger. And really, they're paying a premium for it, and all it really is you can see the guts. It's in a clear plastic, and you can actually, it's kind of, looks kind of, it's kind of, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, gosh. There's a term. That doesn't matter.
For the aesthetic of it?
It's just,
Reminds me of when you can see the inside of a clock or a watch.
Yeah. It's skunk. Well, not skunk. What's it called? Doesn't matter. But anyway, you can see the inside. But I'd be afraid if I'd like to have one. I know what the price is. Mm-hmm. But, man, talk about something that's easily gets stole. Someone's going to see that and they're going to be like, oh, that's cool. That thing would disappear in a minute. No one cares about a brick. If you have a battery brick, okay, it's a battery brick. I'm not going to steal a battery.
Everywhere,
but it's got that cool look. You'd have to put that thing on a tether. So, but I'm putting a lot of stuff on tethers now with the Apple.
The AirTag.
The AirTags.
Yeah, I like those too.
Yeah. Yeah, that saved my butt a few times. Oh, you walked away from your iPad.
Yep.
Whoa. I left my iPad, landed in Vegas, got all my stuff packed up, jumped out of the seat, got almost to the security where you go in for a baggage claim, and realized I left my iPad on the airplane. I just did a double stop, turned right around, got back on the train,
Oh, goodness.
walked back to the gate, and the gate was still open. There were still passengers. I was one of the first ones off the plane. There were still people getting off, and the gate agent was standing there, and she had my iPad in hand, and I was just like, thank you, and I was like, yeah. So one of the flight attendants had found it and brought it off. 9 out of 10 times, it's gone, And not saying cleaning crews steal anything, but if it isn't found by the flight staff, it's gone. Of course, they have to turn stuff in, but I've lost so much stuff on airplanes before, so it's a wake-up call for me. And all I'm thinking all the way back is I'm going to have to go buy another iPad, think $800. Like, oh, no.
Yeah.
And so thank goodness she's still with me. All right. Well, do we want to run a break for a second?
Sure. Let me, how about a blueberry bump?
Ah, there we go.
Help support our coverage using Blueberry, the community that gives creators the ability to make money, get detailed audience measurements, and host their audio and video. Get 30 days to try out the service using promo code Blueberry004. That's BLUBRRY004.
Oh, it's actually 60 days now if you use the free trial when you click on the Getting Started button at Blueberry.com. So we add 30 to that. So 60 days free at Blueberry.com. It's kind of funny. I was updating my team all week on what was going on here, and my social media team, send pictures. So I started sending pictures, and then it was like, okay, we have enough pictures.
That's funny.
Oh.
That's funny. So tell me about Blueberry.
We've been in business since 2005.
Okay.
Full service podcast hosting company. We really didn't start off as a service business to begin with. We basically did advertising for podcasters in those early days of podcasting. So we built a stats platform. That was our first product. And then we had a few things we tried that ultimately failed. We tried to do basically a site that would allow people to submit regional snippets of news and information, stuff that was going on in the community, sports, that type of stuff. And it was just too early,
Oh, okay.
Too early
I was
for
gonna say,
that.
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, and basically the thing that kind of came on the scene many years later was something by CNN. I think it was called CNN Shorts or something like that, where they were doing man on the street in different areas. So it kind of replicated that model many years later. But then we launched a directory. We launched a plugin for WordPress called PowerPress. It still today is the #1 podcasting plugin for WordPress. And then we went into the full service business. So we're a full, basically, everything you need for podcast hosting, we do. We have stats. We have provide WordPress sites. We give people landing pages, media kits, ability to take a survey on an audience, monetization, whether it be programmatic or your own digitally audio insertion. It runs the full gamut. We have shows as small as someone that's basically doing a hobby show from their house all the way up to clients like ESPN. So it runs the full
Wow.
full gambit of companies, from very, very small to very, very large. We are largely known for our independent content creator. Basically, we really support that community in a very, very big way. And businesses, too. So lawyers, doctors, dentists, people, anyone that, financial people, anyone that would do a podcast to support their business is a big key of our demo. And of basically our personas of customers. So,
okay.
But again, it runs the gamut. We have a little bit for everyone. Our biggest thing right now, and some of the stuff I've been talking about here, is we're heavily involved in what's called Podcasting 2.0. It's bringing new features to podcast apps. Before people would just subscribe to a show or follow a show. They'd listen to it. There'd be no interactivity on the app. So now we've added a whole bunch of features where there's more information. Get host information, guest information, recommendations by the podcaster. You can get transcripts. You now can be involved in monetization through listener support, either through crypto. Basically, we've adopted what's called the Lightning Network, and using what's a Satoshi as a sub-denomination of a Bitcoin. So as an example, someone that's using one of those modern podcasting apps I've been talking about can send 1,000 sats. That might be like 25 cents.
Right.
And send that micro donation and not get charged 5 cents to process it. It's micro transactions that have very, 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 very low processing fees. And the beauty of it is that everyone get paid. So like the app developers, they'll get a percentage or two. Blueberry gets a couple percentage points for having it as a part of the service. The podcaster can designate splits if they want to different people and support different platforms. So really the whole ecosystem rises together, not just the content creator. So because app developers have a hard time paying the bills.
Yeah.
They sell the app one time and then they have to go premium, and no one likes premium. So this is a way for listeners to be able to support the whole ecosystem by just making a donation to the show. That and many, many other things. The big thing that we introduced was the closed caption on the web players.
Oh, that's big.
Yeah, so matter of fact, a couple of companies got sued for that. They're still going through litigation. So all of our customers have the ability to add a transcript to this product. This product. I'm totally jazzed.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one as well.
Yeah. Here is something that, oh my goodness. Let's put it, let's do it like this. And so, because he's going to want to be able to do a couple of things here with it. Like liquor, stand by. We're going to, do we need to plug it in? Okay, so power plug's down. No, I think I see the plug. Yep. All right. Yep, I got him. Oh, someone left their charger last time. All right. I've got you plugged in right here. Is that where it's supposed to be? Okay, awesome. I've got you plugged in. This should be plugged in. Yeah, this is plugged in, so.
I think maybe we might just need to connect to a regular source of power. We have like an extension over there. If you wouldn't mind if I grab it.
If you want to. With this, oh, there it goes. All right. Okay. All right. All right, everybody. I want to welcome Austin Kramer to the show.
Thanks for having me.
He's the head of operations of, what do we call this, the Baris?
Barsis.
Barsis.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's been a whole bunch of systems over the years. We've seen probably the past 5 years of drink, I guess it was, mixology machines that do all kinds of crazy stuff, some using pods, some using a couple of bottles and containers upside down, all kinds of crazy stuff. But I saw this the other day, and I thought, oh, that might be cool to have in my house because it does something I've never seen before. So give us the rundown of what this does.
Yes, sir. So basically, for simple terms, this is a robot bartender. It's called the Barsis 360. That's the name of the device. As you can see here on both sides, it's got 3 different stations for any ingredients you want to put in. We've got the funnel in one of them. You just pour in any ingredients you want. Right now, we've got it loaded with some vodka, orange juice, and cranberry, so I'll make you one of my favorite cocktails called the Madras.
Absolutely.
Each station holds up to a liter full of liquid, so you can have 6 liters in total, so you can make yourself a whole lot of cocktails for you.
So I could have vodka in one.
Mm-hmm.
I could have OJ in another.
Absolutely.
Cranberry, maybe some
triple sec, tequila, whatever you want. You can mix and match any type of liquors or mixers. It can handle anything. Juices, sodas, anything.
Beautiful. So, and here's the thing, too, is, okay, let's just go ahead and do the rest of the demo.
I'll give you the whole run through. So basically, it's connected via the Barsis app right here. That's what I've got there.
All right, we'll show the audience. But anyway, you guys will get the app when you buy this, okay?
Exactly. So what happens is once you tell the app what's inside of each station, the app will then make a full menu for you and say, okay, with these different ingredients, you can make all of these different types of cocktails. You don't have to make any of those if you don't want to. You can start from scratch, mix and match different ingredients to fit your flavor profile every single time. Well, all you have to do is just find a cocktail you want to make. I'll make the one called the Madras, vodka, cranberry juice, and OJ, my favorite. Once you click the make button, the machine will go green. That means it's time to place the glass on. This is our electromagnetic mixing glass, if you'd like to show that off.
Yeah.
It basically replicates the shaking or stirring of the cocktail. You don't have to use this if you don't want to. If you're making a drink like a White Russian or a drink that just needs to be poured straight down, regular glass with ice will work as well. As soon as you put this on, you're done. No more work for you. You just get to watch the magic happen. The machine's going to start pouring, and we're going to have a little show. So we've got the vodka pouring first, and then we got the other 2 ingredients following.
So, looks like a little cranberry.
Yes, sir, and it's going to be topped off with just a little bit of OJ to give you that little orange juice flavor at the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost time to drink.
If you want it, you can start now.
I know. So in comes the orange juice. Again, it's mixing the whole time.
Exactly. So when it's green, that means it's already done. But because it's electromagnetic, it's going to keep mixing until you take it off. So it's going to keep mixing until we want to. So I'll take it off now. Now it's going to stop, and we're already done.
So add a little ice.
Of course.
Ready to rock and roll?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question I asked at the booth the other day is, all right, I'm going to dump a jug of orange juice in this thing.
Of course.
We're having a party. People are having fun with this. At the end of the day, oh, man, 3/4 orange juice still left. Obviously, I'm not going to leave orange juice in there for a week because this is not refrigerated, right?
So the machine is insulated. So any ingredients you put in, it's going to maintain that same temperature over the next 6 hours. You take that OJ out of the fridge, pour it inside the machine, it's going to stay cold the next 6 hours. Same thing with hot ingredients as well.
So now comes the thing that we're all going to dread. How do I drain it and clean it?
Absolutely. So let's say you still have an ingredient that you want to keep for a little bit. You can flush out however much ingredient is still left in the app. One of the smart things about the app is when you tell it how much you've put inside when you started your party, it'll keep track of exactly how much is still in there as you're making drinks. So it'll know if you've got 8 ounces, 16 ounces, however much left. Once the party's over, you still got a little bit left. Tell the app, I want to flush out all 8 ounces of my OJ, put a glass down. It'll catch it all, put it right back into the bottle. When you want to clean it, when you buy the machine, it comes obviously with the machine itself, the funnel, and the mixing glass, as well as one of the diversal cleaning salts that comes with your Keurigs and other household appliances. All you'll need to do is once you're done with whichever station you add that OJ in, mix some of that solution up with water, pour that in whichever station you're going to be cleaning. And then on the app itself, there's a station cleaning function. Let me go pull that up right now. That's why the app's, or that's why the machine's making colors. It pulls up all the different stations. You just select whichever station you want to clean. That'll purge out all that cleaning solution with the water. That station's ready for the next ingredient.
So once you use the solution through it, is the piping, is there residual in the piping at all?
Oh, no. The way that the purging works is when you pour any liquid inside of it, it's kind of like a butterfly effect. So it's able to encompass all of whichever pump you're pouring in through.
Yeah.
And then when you purge it, it gets everything out, and it's ready for the next ingredient right
so
after.
it purges it out completely.
Oh, yeah.
So some people are going to say, okay, how do, over time, the chamber might get yucky.
Exactly.
How do I clean the chamber?
Yes, sir. So, that's how you clean the chamber.
That's how you clean the chamber.
It just depends on whichever ingredient you have inside of it. So if it's an ingredient like OJ or a juice or soda that can go bad, the app will notify you after 24 hours of putting that ingredient inside, hey, it's time to clean this out or the product won't work the way you want it to.
So I just don't pour Dawn in this thing, do I?
If you want to, luckily because that's alcohol, that can stay inside as long as you want. 'Cause
The
it's already
alcohol
clean.
can stay in, I
Yes, sir.
understand. But if the OJ chamber, because some people are going to get a little weird, the cleaning solution that you provide is a bar solution, right?
Yes, it's
a bar,
food grade, so it's
food
able
grade.
to go with anything. Yes,
right.
sir.
So it's not going to hurt you at
Oh,
all.
no, absolutely not. We
So-
made sure that you can have that in and then pour another ingredient right after, and you're going to be just fine.
You're going to be good. So I think that's probably the thing that most of us will be concerned about on this. So my family goes crazy for these kinds of things, and we bought the one that went out of business that shall not be named, and they've got another one at the house that holds 3 different liquors but no mix.
Gotcha.
So this is what's unique about this is the mix. And I could see, we have parties all the time, and we may not use this in a day-to-day thing, but we're having a party. And, we can kind of figure out what the guests' favorite drinks are. We could pre-fill, whether it be Patron, whether it be...
Exactly.
I don't think I will pour Scotch in here, but I'll pour whiskey or whatever we put in there. Do you have recommendations on the combinations of stuff to put in the machine?
Oh, absolutely. So, like I was saying, when you put in all of the ingredients and you input in the app, hey, I've got all 6 of these ingredients inside, it has a full menu and says, with those ingredients, you can make all of these different types of cocktails.
But do you have a suggestion guide to say, okay, we're going to recommend that you pour in a bottle of whiskey, we pour in a bottle of triple sec, or whatever you're...
Yes, sir. So on the app itself, it also has different types of filters. You're like, oh, I want to make vodka drinks tonight, whiskey drinks tonight. You click that. It'll have all the recipes as well as all the ingredients that they need to have in too. So it gives you all the information you need so you can have that type of party.
This thing's going to be so cool.
It's a lot of fun.
It's going to be so cool. There will be one of these sitting. This was on my buy list. So I know you're not complete in production yet.
No, we're in complete production.
You're in production. It's ready to rock?
We're currently finishing out pre-orders. So if you order right now on our website, thebarsis.com, we're going to start shipping within the next 2 weeks by the end of January, and then I believe we'll be on Amazon by April.
Price point?
$475 US, one-time purchase.
$475, no subscription, and this thing will be loads of fun. And I like the ability of the cup. And it spins.
Oh, yes.
I know you guys, we've been watching your booth. We can see you guys from here.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys have been slammed.
Yeah, people love us. They love looking at cool things, and they also love free drinks. So combine them both, and they're never going to leave us.
Yeah, that's true. How much you Michelle, you want one?
I've already pulled it up on my phone. Yes, I want one.
No, I don't want to drink while on the show, but we will definitely pour that in there and sample some a little later.
Of course, absolutely.
Do the transfer for sure. We will have a post-show cocktail.
Definitely.
Hey, this is awesome. Thank you for coming on. Is it Barsys ?
It's thebarsis.com.
The Barsys, BARSYS.com. $475. Pre-order soon on Amazon as well. This thing's cool. It really, really is. I think that people are going to have a lot of fun with this.
I've had a lot of fun with it. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
All right, there we go. Austin Kramer, Head of Operations, Barsys Inc. All right, so let me unplug. You've been doing you're one of the folks that have been doing again and again and again and again. How many times have you done the spiel? 1,000 times? $5 for every time you said it. That makes for a pretty good payday. Yeah, thank you. And by the way, this does come off. This is just the pour scout. So once you fill them, this piece here goes off to the side. I'm going to. This is probably dangerous up here, so I'm going to have someone put this someplace else. Nancy, when you get done, come back and get this glass of liquor. Yeah.
I am so excited.
It's right over here. We have an internal rule here that we don't drink during interviews. So just so you all know, and not that I'm a prude and
Control desk too. Is that?
No, control desk you're not included. You can help yourself. So yeah, of course, Nancy, sure, but we don't want you falling down the stairs now. So just a little bit. And we all are over 21 here. Okay, check your ID. So it just I didn't know that they booked, so I'm glad that they came over.
Yeah, me too.
$475.
Does that include the 10% off that's on the website?
I don't know. I had heard a different price. I had heard 5 something, so maybe.
Oh. Maybe the $475 is the pre-order.
Yeah, maybe. That's so.
My husband's gonna kill me. He's probably listening. My daughter's gonna want one. It's gonna be
If my mom's watching, she's immediately texting my niece, because my niece and her are crazy about this kind of stuff, and my sister too. So I just don't have, I don't entertain personally. But my mom, my sister, they entertain a lot. So for them, this thing is just be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I started dreaming about margaritas when he started talking about when you asked him, will the menu show up? Will you be able to mix and I was like, ooh, we could get
But for me, it's like, if I'm, I have a liquor cabinet, and mixes that I use on a regular basis are in my refrigerator, my refrigerator in my kitchen. It's not like I have a separate refrigerator for the bar. And if I want to make something, then I just make one.
Right.
And so this would kind of be overkill. So again, if you're just going to put liquors in it, that's okay, but that's not the purpose of this thing. Is to mix stuff up. So. Right. My biggest worry, too, again, on this unit, and this is why I focus on cleaning, is if you put OJ or cranberry or whatever you put in it, the liquor's going to be fine. The liquor won't go bad. But you know how cranberry and strawberry is so sticky, and the question is the solution. As long as they're pretty confident on the cleaning.
I would assume if you wanted, you could clean it with vinegar as well.
I would think so too.
First step, second step.
Yeah.
Something like that.
As long as
great for a party though.
And it purges, great for a party. But just for everyday practical use, no. I wouldn't have it there. Just be that a little bit conceited to have that. Oh, I got my own little barista here. No, I'm perfectly capable of shaking up my own stuff. So. And plus, too, if you're going to have this for a non-party, you would waste a lot. Well, he said you could pump out the orange juice and pour it back in.
That's true. You could put it right back in the...
But would you? Or would you dump it down the sink?
I guess it depended on how long it was in there, maybe. I don't know. I'd probably save it.
Oh. Yeah, no pulp. Yeah, you'd have to have no pulp orange juice. But, yeah. So what other stuff would you put in? Because I'm just thinking about mixers. You're not going to put simple syrup in there, I don't think. Would you put syrup in that? I don't think so. Maybe you'd put syrup in there, but that's so sticky, and you don't use you don't use a lot of syrup.
and when it comes out, when
Sa-
it dispenses, does it?
Yeah,
get
same
everywhere,
with triple sack. You don't use a lot of triple sack and stuff, so it doesn't do. But well, maybe it would do a hot toddy.
I could use a hot toddy right now.
Yeah, I think you could use a hot toddy. So, to save her voice. So, how about all of you? What would you use this for? But I think if you're having a company function, this is the kind of thing I think where this would be really, really cool. Is if you were having a company party.
Yeah.
And actually, this could actually be a potential business opportunity for
I was
someone.
thinking that as well.
Buy 3 or 4 of them, then rent them out for a function.
Right.
And
Well, if you had a catering company.
Yeah.
And this could be an add-on.
Yeah.
To have a bartender with specific.
Yeah.
Your, what do they call that? A specialty cocktail.
Specialty cocktail,
Yeah.
and you pick whatever cocktail. You go through the list, and that I could see that. So I think there's more uses for it than just a party. But yeah, so if you got catering business, you add the $500 addition for the barista.
Yeah.
Is that?
See, David, we're going to be able to make money off of it, so I can go ahead and pre-order.
It was $475. So, but yeah, and it almost, you think about this. This could almost be you couldn't put it in a vending situation because you got to check ID for a business. But, if you have a business and your employees are all over 21, this could be part of your benefits package for after hours at the business too. So, of course, I don't know if companies are still spoiling people anymore or not with bennies, but probably the company would pour in the cheapest liquor they could buy.
Right.
So it's just cool. I personally want one, but I'm not going to buy one. But I'm definitely would tell my sister.
Well, let us know how it works out. Then
Yeah,
if
I
your
will.
Family members get one.
Yeah, and she has one already that holds 3, and all it holds is liquors. It doesn't hold mixes. So at least it comes with some sort of pods with. It's not the Keurig one went out of business, but
Yeah, I got one of those too. So
Yeah.
does my daughter.
did you know you could get a refund on that?
I
And
didn't know until it was too late.
Me too. I was too
but
late.
then it also said if you didn't get it in a discount situation, and we got that show discount, the show
I
discount.
did too.
But yeah, no, my husband just texted me saying we've already got a boat anchor in the garage. Don't buy another one.
Yeah, I still have some pods left, so I'm
I
gonna.
do too.
I'm gonna use all my pods, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
I got lots of CO2 cartridges.
I've
I'll
got.
never use all those.
I'm still on my first CO2
Yeah.
cartridge, so Keurig, naughty, 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 naughty. But the one my sister has doesn't. What saved them is their pods are just the flavors, the
Oh.
mixer. So you have the liquor, and then you put the pod in, and then it uses that to make the drink. You don't. So that way they didn't have the alcohol distribution issue that Keurig did.
Gotcha.
So Keurig didn't give me my $399 back or whatever it was.
Yeah, it was pricey.
Actually, I might at some point that might make a great demo video to get it out in the yard and then just shoot it with a shotgun or something. That might be fun.
We could do a series of them and loop it all together since we have so many.
Yeah, because we all bought into it
Yeah.
that year, So that's why on this one I was like, is it really going to clean? Because I just worry about the chambers getting gunky.
Yeah.
But I say it's going to work. So
I guess as long as, if anything should happen, as long as you have the app on your phone, you might not get new updates to it, but you would still be able to use the unit,
still be able to
correct?
use it, yeah.
Okay. So that's a plus.
Yeah, it is a plus. So.
David said, yes, blow it up.
We'll have to take the CO2 cartridges out, though, because that could make it, they probably could be a shrapnel situation.
True. We can put it in the combat arena, the combat robot arena in Tampa.
And let the bot speed it up.
Yeah, oh, that would be fun. Yeah, let's do that.
Keurig, I hope you're listening. You know, and Keurig doesn't have products that fail, but boy, that one did. Oh, spectacularly. I never saw the email for the recall.
I know, I didn't either.
You know.
And to be honest with you, I didn't even know until last month that it all happened.
Well, I went to order pods, and for Christmas, and I was like,
Us too.
I can't get. I was like, what?
I went to Total Wine because that's where they had them, and we're like, where are your pods for the DrinkWorks? And they're like, oh, we don't have that. She told me, you better check yours because they got recalled. And I was like, what? So yeah, Danny and I started like Googling it, and they're out of business. What are you talking about?
I was so irritated. It's still on my shelf. Like I said, I still have cartridges, but it was hard to maintain though. It was always doing cleaning cycles, and so from that perspective,
yeah,
it's okay. And again, I don't want to buy another boat anchor. But I don't think this one will be a boat anchor, to be honest with you. It's just, but again, do we really need it? Yeah, not really, but.
Yeah, we do.
Hey, when it comes to liquor, you gotta have the essentials, right? Yeah, I have.
Show off at Christmas.
It's funny. I have a pretty good stock bar, and I look at my bar stock, and I'm like, I don't really need to buy any more liquor. You know, I really, I don't drink that much, so I have enough liquor to last me a while. And I don't drink too much beer either. I got a case of beer about 3 months ago. It's still not empty. So I drank a Michelob Ultra last night, though. That was my. Yeah, just had one. Really didn't even want two. I went and had Thai food last night.
Oh,
so, yeah. I am hungry for Indian food, though. I don't know. I'm sure this town has a good place for Indian food. Anybody that's watching know a good Indian place here in Vegas? We know all the good steak places. The best, in my opinion, the best steak place in Vegas is Oscar's. It's part of the plaza. Best value for your dollar. Their fillets there are fantastic. It's probably, if you don't go too crazy on drinks, probably $65 or $70 a head by the time you get your entree. But if you start drinking cocktails, well, then, it's, that price goes up.
Sure, but that's not bad. That's for a fillet.
Yeah, their fillet is 44 or 45 for an 8-ounce fillet. They got bigger cuts too, but their fillet is really, really good. I have never had a bad fillet in there.
I haven't been there yet. We always go to Gordon Ramsay's.
Oh,
restaurants.
don't.
The steak is good though.
Yeah,
I
it's
admit,
good, but
you're
you're $100 ahead by the time you're out of there.
Yeah.
So, well, you can be $100 ahead too when you're at. What I do like at Oscar's is they have a shrimp cocktail that has the number one shrimps. They're massive. They almost look like a prawn.
Wow.
Oh, 4 of them. Beautiful. $19 for that. So it's a little definitely pricey, but yeah. But the entree there, I like Oscar's a lot. If you go to the place that's in Circa, that place is probably minimum $150 a head. Maybe closer to $175.
Wow.
It's really expensive. Yeah, it's really expensive. It's just, it's incrementally, it's expensive. Drinks are expensive, and, they all have top-notch liquor and wine, and, you probably can't get a house for under $16 or $17 for a glass of wine.
A glass?
Yeah. So that's why it's so expensive there. Vegas is not cheap anymore, ladies and gentlemen. I've been paying $18 a day for parking that even the guests have to pay parking here at the Palazzo. I'm parking underneath the Palazzo. So for years, we've parked at the Palazzo for free since the beginning. Rolled in here this year, it was $18 a day. Actually, the weekend was $23.
Yep.
So, yep. I get free parking at the plaza when I park at the plaza, but it just almost becomes a requirement because you're also paying a resort fee.
Yeah.
So if you're paying a resort fee and you have to pay for parking too,
Yeah.
there's $50, $60 added to your daily, and you get, I got a great hotel rate for $40.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, add that $60 extra for parking and resort fee.
Right.
They're trying to make their money up from COVID or something. But get off the strip. That's where we're going tonight. We're going off the strip. Some of us are going to go to. I don't even know if I should say this on the live stream.
Well, they're closed today, so people watching, they can go tomorrow, not today.
Right. Well, if you're not here, the best ribs by far and most economical is at Ellis Island. Oh my goodness. You can get a full rack. What is it, $24 for full rack?
Yeah.
And iced tea.
I don't know this year. Last year it was.
Yeah. But it is by far the best value for ribs. And that's all they do? I think, you maybe get chicken, can't you?
Yeah, I think so.
I think chicken and ribs. That's it.
Yeah.
And
some sides.
And
like homemade root beer or something that's
yeah,
really good.
and they're fast. And you get in there, you sit down, they get around to the drinks coming, and then they put your orders in, and like 3 minutes later, the food's in front of you. And they turn and burn. It's not a big place. So don't tell anybody. Shh, it's our secret, okay? Well, we're at 1:20 and 40 minutes left here. And we were booked all the way through 2 o'clock, but kind of like Tuesdays, things here at the end of the show, people, they're busy, they're tired, it kind of happens this way. But I don't know, how many total guests have we run through? Do we know the count?
I don't know the exact count. I believe late in the day yesterday, I think Scott said we're at 100.
At 100.
And maybe it was the middle of the day yesterday, so yeah.
So probably 10 today so far. So of 140-some slots, not bad to have, be down like, because it's pretty typical. Not everyone shows up. We're here for them every 10 minutes. Believe it or not, we're supposed to have a new guest every 10 minutes. And the schedule's been booked full since yesterday afternoon, Thursday, all the way through the end of the show today. But that happens. What have you thought of our coverage? Have you liked our coverage? Has it been good? Have you enjoyed it? Have you put us on, just hit play and let the stream run the whole time? That's okay, too. We thank you for those of you that have done that. We appreciate it. But I'm still astounded. Of course, the show goes to 4. We stop at 2:30 and get everything broke down and try to be ready to roll at 4 p.m. to depart stage left. And I'm blown away. This is never. I haven't seen this number of people here at this time of the day on a Friday, last day of a show. And also, CES changed it so it would be during the weekdays. It didn't go into a weekend.
Right, because it rotates usually.
Yeah, and I don't know I haven't seen the dates for 2025 yet.
I think it's the same. I think it's
around the same.
Yeah.
Same dates. Used to be we had to leave immediately after New Year's and be here like the 3rd or 4th or something to be ready to go.
Right.
They kind of shifted it a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like it's still Tuesday through Friday next year.
And what are the
7th is when it starts.
7th, so it actually starts a little late, 7th, 8th, 9th. Oh, so it is going earlier, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Because today is what? Today's the 12th. Oh, so yeah, it is shifting. Okay.
Yeah. I like it when it's a little early because
Yeah,
I
me
can still
too.
see the Christmas stuff when I get here.
Well,
the Bellagio's beautiful.
Also, we've come off holiday, and you're almost ready to go back full blast for work, and then this is kind of like.
That's true, too.
So, like my team, that's why I've been downstairs a lot this week, is kind of making sure my team is still staying busy, because normally this would be the first full week back after the holidays, and so no one's on vacation anymore except for me part-time.
Yeah.
But it's all right. All right, we're going to let you guys watch the floor here for a little bit, and we'll be back if we have another guest.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final bit of coverage here at CES 2024 from the Tech Podcast Network, GNC Week in Review, Geek News Central, as well as Plug Hits Live. We are now at the awards segment, everybody. All of us have been given an award, these beautiful awards, to hand out to what we believe to be the best product. All the hosts have them. I have my favorite product this year that I saw was Formavision. I got to interview them out at their booth. They do 3D real-time volumetric video. Basically human hologram in real time, no animation, no skins, no 3D wiring. Absolutely amazing. They are unfortunately not here. They are over at Las Vegas Convention Center, but I will be shipping them their Best of Tech Podcast Network awards. So thank you so much for your innovation, Formavision. That's it for Chris Jordan.
All right, we're going to invite Bello up real quick. And I'm Todd Cochran from Geek News Central. And, of course, I fell in love with this product when I first saw it. And excited what this team has done. And so congratulations to Bello for Geek News Central's pick for Best of CES for Tech Podcast. And if you want to give like a... just a short 1 or 2 minute on Bello, you feel free to go ahead.
Of course. So, yeah, Bello is a kitchen countertop product. It has two main functions. The first one's purification, and the second one's infusion. Our purification system uses an activated carbon block filter. Filters up to 66 contaminants like chlorine, lead, heavy metals, and plastics. So if you just want purified water, you get it on demand at the touch of a button. But if you want to elevate your hydration experience, you can add one of our glass capsules in. These are multi-use. This can make up to 25 liters with one single capsule. So we can recreate any type of still beverages, flavored waters, functional beverages, iced teas, iced coffees. And so for $10 a capsule, it's amazing for your wallet, but also amazing for the environment because we're reducing a lot of plastic waste from the environment.
So you'll be able to see the full interview later, but congratulations to Bello.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, and congratulations to your team.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and they'll get their actual award downstairs. So we'll go ahead and bring on I'll bring up the next one. Then Don Bain's award is next. No, they're getting pictures, so. Yeah, this is for Don Bain. Come on up. Hey. Yeah. No. There we go. So Don Bain, the gadget professor, has already departed Las Vegas and went back to Phoenix, but his pick for his CES Best Pick this year was Cold Snap. And I'm presenting the award on behalf of Don to Cold Snaps. So why don't you just tell the audience a little bit about Cold Snap and what the product is?
Absolutely. Cold Snap is a revolutionary machine that freezes pods, and the pods are shelf-stable. So you take the pod, and they're single serving, and you put the pod in the machine, and you close the lid, and in about 2 minutes you have a frozen confection and or ice cream.
So it just takes the soft serve and deep freezes it immediately? Is that what it does?
It takes the premium ingredients and freezes the ingredients and allows you to have your own version of your particular ice cream that you want.
Oh, it sounds delicious. So where can people find more information out about Cold Snap?
Sure. You can find Cold Snap at coldsnap.com. Or you can go to your operator, your food and beverage operator. We're launching commercially in the end of Q1, and we're selling to the commercial market, and just go to your food and beverage operator.
Absolutely. So again, this was Don Bain's best of pick for CES 2024 from the Gadget Professor. On behalf of Don, congratulations.
Thank you so much. We're so appreciative of this award, and we couldn't have done without our team, our great team back at Cold Snap in Boston. So thank you for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
No, you did great.
All right, quick change. I'm Scott Ertz with Plug Hits Live. The first award that I get the honor of giving out is not for Plug Hits Live, though, because I'm also part of GNC Week in Review. So on behalf of GNC Week in Review, we get to give the award to Newer, which I now know how to pronounce properly. Oh, there you go. One more time.
There we go. Now it's working.
So congratulations. Tell the audience a little bit about what you've got here.
Yeah, our new CM28 lavalier mic. We were just really trying to make a quality and affordable lav mic that can, be a very good quality start for somebody. And I think we've done that. Like, for a price point of $129, you're going to get 200 meters of connection. We just paid attention to the details, too, like the magnet on the back of it. Now you can wear actual thick clothing and things you would wear, and it still holds in place. So they just did a really nice job designing that.
One of the things that I like is that it has the adapters in the box so that you can connect it to what you want to connect it to.
Absolutely, yeah, and it has the pass-through, too, so you can charge it and have it connected at the same time.
See, even better. That was one of my concerns with these products is, I have to buy one if I have an Android. I have to buy one if I have an iPhone.
Right.
Or now Apple has changed.
Yes.
So, it's something I used to have that worked, doesn't anymore. This, you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it pretty much solves all the problems.
Appreciate that. So, congratulations.
Thank you so
on
much.
behalf of GNC Week in Review.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. So for me, there's lots of them out there. We've had a couple of them on the show. Todd and I have talked about them all day today, right? But what they did, same general price point of what we were talking about. A company that we all know because we have it here in the studio, and we know the product quality. I'm not worried about that, and all the adapters in the box, so I can use it with whatever. I mean, hard to go wrong with that. And now we know how to pronounce the company name. So, I mean, that alone deserves an award, I think. Okay. Yeah. You might have to hold it in place a little bit. All right. Yeah, that'll work. All right. And our next award, on behalf of the Plug Hits Live on-air team, goes to Sear Grills. We did an interesting interview yesterday where we had to reset the studio to bring your product up here, and you really did blow me away with your pitch, and then I got to go downstairs and see it even more so. Go ahead and give a quick introduction to what it is.
Sure. So Perfecta is the world's first AI-powered grill. So I'm with Sear Grills, I'm the CEO, and you can cook a steak in as little as 90 seconds at the touch of a button. It will be the best steak you've ever tasted.
I legitimately can't wait to actually taste the food coming off of it, but the device itself, surprisingly small for what it is. It will do a lot of food.
A lot of food.
The cooking surface is large.
Yep.
You can do pizza
Correct.
and all kinds of interesting stuff in it. And if I want to override the AI, I can do that too.
Correct.
Hard to go wrong with that.
No, absolutely. You can do chicken, chicken in 2.5 minutes. You can do pizza in less than 3 minutes. You can do rotisserie with the rotisserie mode. And so on, fish. And because it's AI powered and cloud connected, as time goes on, it will get better with time. We will keep introducing new functionality. So if you're from a part of the world that, let's say, likes kangaroo burgers, we can enable an update that allows you to cook kangaroo burgers.
Absolutely wild. I really appreciate you coming back. And on behalf of our team, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the recognition.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Technically, the next one is behind us. We need to grab one of them because I don't see a rep right now from Liv. Mute me for a second. All right. How do you want to do this one, Michelle?
Oh.
Because this one's yours.
Yeah, this one's mine. This is mine and Adams and Serge and Clinton's.
Do you want me to clear and give both of them up here for the production award?
Sure.
Okay. Turn me off.
So this next award is being given by the control booth, the production team. And excuse my voice, it's been a long week. Everybody around here knows that I'm in love with their desks. Mainly, not only because it has so much compatibility and little pockets and things for all of your stuff, but because there's a place on it where you can set your drink and it'll either keep it cold or keep it hot.
Yep.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about that, about your products and...
Yeah, we said last time, and here's the founder Even. I'm the
hi,
product.
Even,
I'm the product doctor and the product manager for this project here. And this desk we mentioned last time is a super power desk. So which camera we actually look at? Which one?
The one with the red dot.
Okay, no
Oh,
problem.
that one.
Here,
Okay,
hello.
okay.
Yeah, and our desk with super power. From the electrical part, it's like only one cable in. You have like a heating cooling coaster, and you have a wireless charger. You have a line of all plugs just in front of the computer, and you also provides the power for your computer itself. And from the other side, for the physical part, whole structure construction holds up to 300 kilo for whole table, and each side we have add-ons. They are all standard module. You can just click in. If you want a toolbox, you have more space for plates. You want a backboard to hold your monitor. We can do it all.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, those desks definitely do it all, and we can't wait to take a look at them and maybe into our gaming center in Tampa, Strike Esports. And I just love your desk. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you
so
much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I get the honor this year
Yes.
of presenting the award for the best of the best. So the way this usually works is the team... Oh, it's over here. The team as a group each gets an award, and then the team together decides what we think was our top product. It can be based on any criteria that we decide. Whatever that means to us is what we get to choose. So. There we go. So I'll give that explanation again in just a moment once he's all in place. This is the only one we need power for. So, all right. So I get the honor this year of presenting what we consider the best of the best award. We come together as a team and decide this as one, what we thought was the most interesting or the most impactful. And in this case, this award is going to this company because he came on the show, said one pitch. He talked into the camera, same as everybody else, and everybody that listened, everybody who was up here heard something different. We all heard the thing that we wanted it to do, right? Chris Jordan, we went downstairs, and he says, oh my gosh, I could use that for production. I said I could use it in a studio. Michelle says we could use it at Strike. My mom says that would just make life easier. Truly, we were very impressed. Congratulations.
Thank
Go ahead.
you so much. I'm so honored.
Let the audience know a little bit about the product that may not have seen the live a little while ago.
Sure. My name is Deval Patel. This is the Lotus Ring. And in a nutshell, for people with limited mobility, we mean veteran soldiers, older adults, or disabled people, we've made this ring that controls objects at home by pointing. But unlike traditional smart home technology, there's no apps, no rewiring, and no internet.
It's fantastic. It's all done with infrared, right?
Yeah, so the way it works, you just put on the ring. That's step one. Step two, for any existing wall switch, and you'll notice this is an existing wall switch. For any existing wall switch, you can just attach our Lotus switch cover, and it attaches using magnets. So there's no need for any rewiring. Now you can also use the front surface as a manual switch, or step three, you just point and click. And infrared, just like a TV remote, eliminates the need for apps, smartphones, or the internet.
It takes a particularly special kind of product to come to this show and so confidently give a demo.
Thank you.
First and foremost, because at this show, demos don't work. And we've not seen this not work yet. So truly, on behalf of the entire team from Tech Podcast Network.
Thank you so much. I'm
congratulations.
Honored. Thank you. I'm really honored. Thank you.
Yeah, we love the guys that, Todd says, we love the guys that bet the farm to be here. Throw everything behind it. I believe in this. And
Thank
you
you.
show up with a thing, and it works in this ridiculous environment. So
Thank
if it
you.
works here, it'll work anywhere.
Thank you. Our mission is really to help anyone with a disability by building tech that works for anybody but is optimized for disability first, because by doing that, you'll help everyone anyway.
Absolutely.
And so I'm honored. Thank you very much to everyone here. Thank you so much. It's truly an honor.
And this one is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't even know what words to say. Thank you. I'm really, truly honored.
You're
Thank you.
very welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. We'll do that in just a minute. Do we want to come up and close out? Yeah. All right.
Oh, there is another headset there. We've never used it.
It's there you go. All right. You're welcome. There you go. All right. We'll skip the chairs. Are we still in frame, Michelle, or does leaning in work better?
That's good right there.
Okay. It's just me. Nobody else gets to talk today.
That's right.
You
It's
get
all Scott.
You get to wear the headsets, but nobody else gets to talk.
Headsets are just for pictures.
And I am live. Hey.
Yeah.
It's been a good show.
Yes,
It's been
it
a
has.
great show. Exhausting.
For sure.
Overwhelming as always.
And in the scheme of things, this was, I heard, the fewest number of swear words. Guests were, those that were here got on time. Those that missed.
Mm.
But, you know, this is a big thing. If you think about trying to coordinate 140 companies to make it to our little spot on the show floor.
Sometimes in the wrong facility.
And they just oftentimes, people don't realize how far it is to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And, companies get busy, and we understand all that. But this is a labor of love for us.
Indeed it is.
And Scott and his team has been carrying the weight on the show for many years now, and I definitely appreciate it. I get just to show up and put a headset on. So, Scott, for you and your team, big
thank you.
Big thank you, but upholding the values of TPN.
You want a stat?
Go ahead.
121. That's how many live interviews we did
so we
this year.
did good. So
all right. Not bad. Not
bad. So out of what was scheduled, like 140, something like that?
That was more than that. I don't remember what the number
But
was.
still, 121. I can almost guarantee you, even though no one's done 121 interviews.
Right.
No.
There's
not another network here
it's
that's
30
done that.
more than we did last year.
Yeah, so no one's done 121.
Nothing like topping things.
No way.
And by a lot.
By a lot.
A 33% increase over
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
And we
that's
had,
huge.
And we had no cell phone covers that made it true.
Yep.
So that's good.
I
because
definitely rejected companies this year. There were a number of bad pitches.
So, and Scott has the final decision on people get on or get off, and we try to have a wide spread of content, a little bit for everybody.
There's a good berth of room in there for a ton of products.
Yeah.
Tons of them.
And we got a couple of new things this year. You talked to a software services company, which we've never had even apply in the past, let alone up here.
We had an airplane up here.
Yeah, we had an airplane up here. I had a manufacturer, a fabricator of circuit boards.
Oh, you had Gorilla on?
Yes.
Nice.
We've never had that on before.
Right.
And that was a really great conversation.
Obviously, a lot of AI. Some of it you think, is it going to be here next year? We'll find out.
And some of it's not AI at all, but that's a whole different
true.
thing.
They just put AI on the logo.
Because they needed to.
Yeah, it's just programming.
Yeah, there's a difference between AI and just straight code. Some companies, and we saw a lot of it out on the floor. There wasn't as much of that on what we approved, but there was a lot on the floor where you're like, that's not AI, right?
And I always
never
judge
mind.
a show by how much my budget's going to be impacted. And I think if I bought everything that I want, probably $5,000 or $6,000, and that's probably a record.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, part of it was that 2-in-1 from GE. That's $2,500 of that, but of the stuff I want, not the stuff I need. Yeah, that's the key. So I won't spend that much.
The problem is you got to ship it all home.
Well, you order and have it shipped to you, but at the same point, it's just like.
Well, either way, it's a good thing you're not in Hawaii anymore because that never worked.
So what was the price point this year? $149, $249, $299, $390. What do you think the price point was?
Somewhere between $149 and $170 or $199.
Yeah, I think so too.
Seemed to be what I was seeing.
$149. I heard that number come up a lot.
Yeah.
And actually,
I heard $169 a number of times, but there was a lot of subscription stuff. There were things that were physical hardware that had a zero hardware cost, but were a subscription model instead. And at the end of your initial 6 months, the hardware was yours. I saw a couple of those this year.
Nice.
I think, too, and I didn't see as much subscription stuff myself personally, but I think that there is definitely, I feel, a downward trend in cost of consumer-grade electronics. I believe. I feel the price is down.
Because look at what the price of the newer dual microphones was.
That's
$129.
amazing.
We had the company over here at $69. We had the company over here at
$109.
There's so just in that category, if you look at what that was 3 years ago,
$400.
It was a $400 investment.
Yeah.
And now here we are. I wore one that is going to retail for $69.
That's crazy.
For a pair.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I mean, that's
wow.
Yeah,
That's insanity.
The price of stuff has come down significantly.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's because there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of need, and there's a lot of financial issue that is requiring the prices to come down.
Yeah. I think
people don't have the discretionary spending budget that
And
they
I
used to
think
have.
some of the stuff that we saw, TikTok has driven the price down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because some of the stuff that we saw that has been, like the wireless mics, that's definitely purely a TikTok thing
Yeah.
that's drove the price down.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
and the red light therapy. Interestingly, that is kind of driven by by TikTok as well.
So some of that was a little expensive, and I think the jury's still out on that. And of course,
and even they said the jury's still out on it. There's no So, but it's all definitely interesting. If I remember correctly, Linda has some background with it. So, I mean, even in our group, we have some background with it. You probably do too.
So
knowing you.
If you tuned in
Light therapy.
If you tuned in for our coverage and liked what we've done, again, everyone's here on their own dime. techpodcast.com. Go over there and hit that PayPal QR code. We definitely support, definitely appreciate any donations come in that goes back into supporting the team.
And if you can't spend any money, there's a couple ways that you can support us without spending any money. You can share our content as it comes out. And if you're not already a subscriber for privacy, QZZ2J. I know the code now. QZZ2J. It's a free thing. I use it for every online purchase. It doesn't cost you a dime, and it helps us out. So
awesome.
Sweet.
Scott, thank
That'll
you
do
so
it.
much.
Awesome, gentlemen.
Let's tear this thing down.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll see you
See you
guys
next
later.
year.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.